Well, good morning. Good morning to all of you. And welcome to our annual budget hearing. This is where the rubber meets the road. And we're glad that you're here. All the staff, thank you for the hard work you've put into generating your budgets. We appreciate your professionalism. Appreciate your professionalism and the hard work you put in and day out to make sure Fort Smith continues to be one of the premier cities in the state of Arkansas. Again, this is budget hearing on November 17th of the year 2025 at the Blue Lion here in Fort Smith, Arkansas. This meeting is officially called to order. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the acting administrator, Mr. Jeff Dingman.
Thank you, Mayor, and I echo the mayor's sentiments and seeing all the staff here. I know everyone has a vested interest, and this has been a rough process for the last few months as we've gone through this, and mostly predicated by the fact that we are overall in financially healthy shape. However, if we want to maintain that, the overriding theme for today will be making our operating budgets balance. And that is not something that we accomplished for the 2025 budget when we adopted an operating budget with a deficit of $5.7 million. And that is a hole that we need to start climbing out of. And so some targeted steps for getting out of that hole for the 2026 budget have been discussed during our departmental meetings. It started in early September and then for the last couple of months as we've gotten to this point. So I appreciate everyone's hard work so far. We still have some work to do. So that's what today is about. And I welcome the board members. We've spoken with most or all of you about different concepts regarding the budget and things we're looking at, and we appreciate the feedback that you've given us so far. And at this point, with that very brief introduction, I'll turn it to Andy Richards to go through the city's current financial condition.
Good morning.
Well,
So my plan to just start out with is kind of walk through what the financial conditions look like in the proposed budget, and some of try to drill down to some of what is the actual issues that I see and that I've been trying to communicate with departments and in administration here. And so basically, I'm going to be focusing on the four main operating funds. That is what is considered by city policy the legally adopted budget of the city, is the four main operating funds being general fund, street maintenance, water and sewer, and solid waste. So for general fund, and these numbers are on the sheet that the board has, and it's basically a reformatting of the summaries. It's the same results. It's not moving, is it? Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you. So it's the same results that's in the budget book, the proposed budget that's online from the summaries, but we've reclassified some of the expenditures. The total results are the same, but we started looking at it differently than what has been presented in the budget in the past. And the key is to separate what is considered to be an operating expenditure, something that's a recurring day-to-day expenditure and revenues, things that we routinely count on and expect, and what is the level of those expenditures versus, we have a lot of one-time projects, capital items, things that happen. COVID occurred, back in 20, and then we were able to, collect and record $6 million into the general fund, just, those type of non-recurring things that happen, every year it's something new. But we try to flatten out the numbers so we can say trend as far as what is our normal trend and what can we expect. And so the deficit that pertains to our operations, which is our day-to-day, in the 26 proposed budget is the $4,846,000. If you looked in the budget, the total deficit would have been about $8 million. So about $3.2 million of that was capital request. Generally at this stage, we don't have these type of capital requests in the original budget. Those things typically get considered later, but this time around, we wanted to put everything on the table, what all the needs were, so we can prioritize what the needs are, whether it's capital or operating type expenditures. But this, and so the deficit, that's $4.8 million. So that is a day-to-day overspending of what we do in the general fund. So all the different departments that make up the general fund are a part of this. Police, fire, parks, transit, administration, management services, development services, planning, development, everything that's part of the general fund, that's all considered in what I'm talking about. And so, and if you look back at 24, an actual, that there was actually a surplus in operations. It was the schedule that I'm showing you there it shows $2.2 million surplus. There is we did building roof repairs in 24. So it was a little bit skewed there, but we did have an operating surplus in 24. And so, but if you equate this $4.8 million that we've proposed, that's basically what you're doing is you're burning up your fund balance, you're bleeding money to the tune of about $14,000 a day out of the general fund. And that's what this does. This is something that has, over time, with this situation has created, we've had, we've got sizable fund balance right now. The projection at the end of 26 would be 11.8 million, which is right at our 20% reserve policy. And that's with considering a total deficit of $8 million. But it's not just it's this, we don't want to, fundamentally, we don't want to spend day-to-day operations. We don't want to fund it with fund balance. It needs to be, with current year revenues. By and large, you can have cycles where one year you might be over or under, but this situation is indicating that we have a structurally imbalanced general fund budget.
I do want to make mention of that. If you go back and look at our audits from 15 to 24, we're a positive fund balance every single year. The 15, we were negative, but 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
there were some big years.
$9 million one year in the general fund. It was just 24 and 25 that we went negative. So we don't have this long history of dipping into the fund balance. It's time for a correction for the last couple of years, but traditionally, historically, we've been extremely positive in the general fund. So we just got to go back to that. So I just at least want to acknowledge that in terms of, where we've been spending and how we've been spent historically, at least in the last 10 years. So
Yeah. So cyclically, we've had increases and decreases in fund balance over time. But, I'm saying we had an operation surplus in 24. We still had an overall deficit of $6.5 million. We did a lot of capital things.
and we had the fund balance built up over those years to
Right.
be able to fund that.
Yeah, at the beginning of 24, we had almost $42 million of fund balance in the general fund, which is about, that's a sizable, it's over a 60% reserve. But now, 2 years later, we're projecting a $12 million fund balance, basically. So, but, a lot of that's capital investments. And that's what, when you have a reserve that large, that's what you should be doing. That's the time to make one-time capital non-recurring investments. But fundamentally, for long-term fiscal sustainability, we have to look at the operations. What does it cost to run the general fund of the city day to day, and make sure that our daily recurring revenues can cover these daily incurring expenditures. And that's not what we're seeing in 25. We're projecting a $3.7 million operational deficit in 25. And so that is the task at hand, is to balance, we say we want to balance the budget. That's great. The real thing to focus on is balance, making sure at least our operations are balanced. The operational budget is balanced. Then you look at the fund balance and look at the reserve, what the reserve level is. And that would be an indicator of, okay, we've got money we can spend on capital. We've got enough fund balance to fund that. Ideally, we'd like to have, enough revenues to cover all of it in 1 year. But that's, typically is not always going to happen. We're going to need to replace capital and make improvements and do those type of things over time. They're not going to occur every year. But if we're maintaining an adequate fund balance reserve and keeping this operational budget balanced, we should be well suited to sustain whatever capital needs that are going to come around. So, and I did note, the government finance officers, we talk about our policy 20%. The government finance, they say a minimum of at least 16.7, which they say 60 days. So that's what it equates to. That's the bare minimum reserve that they recommend. And of course, you've got to weigh your particular circumstances, whether we're prone to natural disasters or other, unmitigated risks that you could be exposed to. You might want your reserve higher. So I think 25% is the goal. 20%. I think the board has set that fiscal policy. I think that's where it should be, and that's what we should be, set on. And that, we want to be above 25% to be able to make investments in the future. This is kind of shows the distribution of the operating expenditures in the general fund. So this is personnel costs and operating costs together. So in 24, you see, fire and police were over 60% of the total allocation across the general fund. And then, and so, you're talking about policy and admin, 6%, non-departmental, 10%, and probably about half of that. Well, a large portion of that non-departmental actually is funding police and fire pension contributions in the lofty contribution fund. So actually that would, so part of that goes towards police and fire as well. But operational services, 11%, that's parks and transit mainly. Development services, 4%, management services, 9%, 6%. So that was in 2024. And then, so here's 2026. It's very consistent. Police is at 33 versus 34. The one difference here is in 26, the dispatchers are not part of the 26 general fund budget. They're being consolidated into the River Valley Communications Center, which is a separate fund. So the $1.5 million that we spent towards communications dispatch in 24 are not part of this, but so they still remain at 33%. Fire services at 27. Policy and admin is still at 6. Non-departmental has decreased some to 8%. Management services at 9.4 for development services, and then parks and transit and other operations are 13%. So the actual, so when we say like, well, we're looking at the allocation of the general fund resources and what we're spending it on, compared to 24 actual and what we're proposing in 26 for operating, that's very consistent. It's very, we don't see one area of our general fund spending more than the others. It's a growing level of costs across the board. And then one thing I want to point out on this handout that I have, and I've actually got personnel and costs separate from other operating costs in this handout. So you can kind of see, even drill down further, our personnel costs are 37.2 million versus our other operating costs are almost 20 million. So our personnel is in the general fund particularly dominates. Our personnel is where most of our dollars is going. And it looks like, the other operating costs have maintained consistent from 24 because the other operating costs were 19.3 million in 24 compared to 20 million that we're proposing in 26. And then in 24, personnel was 34.4 million, and now we're proposing 37.2. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. And then also there's dispatchers that were about 25 dispatchers, I think, that were part of police in 24 that are not in the 26 budget. So there's a little bit of reorganization there, but we're still showing, our personnel costs are growing. I think personnel counts have grown, as well as, obviously our salary adjustments and benefits. And then health insurance has been a big kicker for 2026. We had to implement a 30% increase in health insurance premiums for 26 based upon the claims projections. So that was, that's another big part of that. All right. So street maintenance, they continue to maintain, 50% reserve balance, and we proposed that for 26, $6.3 million. But they're actually showing an operating deficit as well, about 488,000. And then capital requests of 1.2 in the 26 budget. So, we do need to balance out operations. a 1-year deficit in street maintenance is not concerning, especially with the amount of reserves they have. But it's something, it's not, to me, as mission critical as it is, particularly in the general fund and in some of these other funds. But it's something that we want to work to eliminate. So water and sewer shows an operating deficit of 2.9 million with additional capital requests of 6.4. So that gets us an ending working capital balance for water and sewer at $14 million with a 17 or 18% reserve. That's below the 20%. So that's what's in the 26 proposed budget. The debt service coverage is another issue that we have to pay attention to for water and sewer. And at that level, I would, that from this fund, it's 85% coverage. So it's 85%.
That was what you projected.
Yeah. Based on that $2.9 million operating deficit, that would get you an 85% coverage. Now, some of these projections are lower than what actually ends up being because we get to count some other revenues from our bond funds and our capital projects funds. So like the 14 number was 100%, but we wound up with 114% coverage in the audit. And that was because all the extra, we had a lot of investment income that got to go towards the net revenues. We're spending those monies down in 26. So that's another concern. We don't know how much we're going to get. It's probably not going to be as much as we've been getting because we're going to spend the rest of those bond proceeds that we're earning interest on, as well as the fund bound, the pool cash that's part of this water and sewer CIP. It earns interest as well. And so those revenues get to come in and add to these operations when we get to the final number. So, it's usually, you're talking about another couple $1 million, in a given year, potentially. That number could go down because our yields are going down as we spend our water CIP funds down in the rest of those 18 bond proceeds. So that's another issue so water and sewer, I think it's, we need to focus on balancing that operational, because we've got to be able to service the debt and pay for operating the treatment plants and everything. We talked about water CIP a week ago. Mm-hmm. And the fact that we've got priorities, that's the other thing. If we want to be able to issue debt to be able to fund some of these things in the future, you're going to have to be able to service more debt. It's going to require more revenues or net revenues from this fund to do that.
Andy, it's really only the operating side that affects our debt service coverage ratio?
Right. So like this $6.4 million in capital request, those are things that'll be capitalized as part of the audit. And that doesn't go, it's only operation and maintenance expenses.
So we've got to get that operating deficit down.
Right.
So
or you need more revenues. If you can't get the expenses down, you need more revenues.
So if I remember right, in the third quarter financial report, you were projecting 135% debt service coverage ratio, which is really good. That would allow us to be able to issue new bonds if we wanted to issue new bonds. But you're saying from then until you project in 26, going down to 85% or potentially lower than that, that would necessitate a water rate increase. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's really what we're fighting against.
Yeah.
Right there. Okay.
The September numbers look really good compared to the budgets and the projections. I hope that holds true. And, but our revenues projections are coming in lower than what we were originally anticipating because we are seeing decrease in volumes. So, that's a concern. would have liked to be able to say we're going to have $73 million. I think that's what we budgeted for 25, that we were going to realize $73 million in water and sewers revenue. And it ends up being 67 for 25. And the projections that were done get us to 71 million for 26. And I think that's, I agree with those projections from the numbers that I've seen. Those projections were done independent of me, but I've looked at them and I was like, yeah, I would like to be able to increase these, but I don't see that as right now. If I look at the last 12 months of what we've been billing and collecting, 71 is, so it would have been nice to have another $2 million, but the volumes are down than what we were doing a couple of years ago. And, maybe that has to do with price of the services, and people are actually, being more conservative with water,
Well,
but that may be what it is.
I think too, we saw record rainfall over the spring and early summer. And I know just from our own house, our June bill was significantly less than it typically is because we weren't watering.
That's right.
So and I know that impacted Parrot Island with the rainy days. So I think that's something we should factor in. If we have a drier, hotter year, I think we could see those levels return to kind of stabilize.
Right.
So some of you guys that have been on here longer, and we've saw sewer rate increases back in 25, 26, or excuse me, 15, 16, and 17 due to the consent decree. Did we saw a dip, but did we see those volumes return to normal?
Every time we've raised rates, you see a decrease for a couple of years. It happens every time.
Does it eventually rebound? Does it
Eventually, part of it is because you got new development coming in. You have hotter summers. It balances back out. Because remember, your sewer rate is based on what you use in the winter, not what you use in the summer. And so that's the other side of it. So, to Christina's point, I didn't turn my water sprinkler on at all this season. Didn't turn it on at all because it didn't need to. It was so wet. So it will bounce back, but it'll take a couple of years. It happens every time.
Well, it seems like we did hear from people that watered their grass. Those were the people that really talked to us a lot about, or communicated with us a lot about water rates.
I would say also to that point that, there were wastewater increases in 15, 16, and 17, but there weren't water rate increases. And I think when you start seeing impacts to volume is when you adjust the water rate, which we hadn't done since 2010.
Andy, I just want to ask for clarification. I understand that perhaps the amount that we wished to see over this period of time that has already elapsed is perhaps not there when it comes to the water rate increases, but it's an accurate read. Is it an accurate reading to say that at the end of 2024, there was actually $31.4 million collected in water sales, and the projection for next year is $38.4 million collected for water sales? So it's still a $7 million increase over what was being collected at the end of 2024. So maybe not the 9 or 10 we were hoping for, but it's still more.
Oh, yeah.
And so if you look at, we've got a $2.9 million revenue over expenditure when you talk about personnel and operating. Then you look down and you see projected, about $5 million more dollars spent on the personnel side, 26 versus 24 under this proposal, and about $5 million more spent on the operating side. And so, we have more money coming in, $7 million more money projected to come in, but those expenses are also projected to go up. And so as we get here, we have to remember more money has come in, and it's not just necessarily that when you have more money come in that you have to spend more. And I know that we're going to dive in, and there are some fixed costs
we were getting
can't
the
control
30
and
or
all that.
50% rate increase back in July of 24. Well, that didn't equate to 50% more revenues, but it still did get us a bump.
Yeah.
And then, but then we're also experiencing cost increases, particularly in the chemicals and things in our water treatment, which we've
Oh
seen.
yeah, there's certainly fixed
Yeah.
costs that, you know, are harder to manage through. And I know that'll be something we'll touch on, but it
Sure.
is, you know, it's probably worth exploring when we arrive there and breaking down specifically how over the course of one 12 to 14 month period, you can go from $21.7 million in personnel expenses to nearly $27 million, and from $42.8 million operating expenses to nearly $48 million. So that's the kind of delta we need to look at, particularly in an area where we had a substantial increase in revenue. Again, we could quibble about maybe not the amount we wanted, but projecting $7 million more worth of revenue, I got to imagine this is the only place in this entire exercise where we're looking at millions and millions and millions of dollars more over a 14-month or so period compared to some others. So thank you.
Yes. All right. So last of the four operating funds for 26 is solid waste. You know, solid waste is set up to where, you know, it typically does have an operating surplus, and 26 is a 2.7 or almost $2.8 million surplus in 26. The key difference with solid waste is we do have to be storing away capital funds each year when we collect to be able to fund cell expansion and cell closure that could be coming up, you know, in the next 2 to 3 years. And those are substantial dollars that the city historically has not borrowed to fund, which we have is typically paid, you know, the revenues that collected are transferred over to the landfill sinking fund, and it funds cell expansion closure costs that are, you know, expensive for closing different cells of the landfill, and then also equipment. So it shows ending working capital or fund balance of $3.7 million with this 26 proposed at 13%. So solid waste, we need, there's more work to do here as well. So we're going to propose some things to try to help that. So, you know, it's important to not look at this one and go, oh, well, it's in the black. You know, we're operating in the black, but we have to make sure that we're adequately capital planning for long range closure and cell expansion costs to continue the landfill. So that's a key piece of those considerations. And so now I did a little, this sheet has a 27 column on it that I showed. And I basically just rolled, you know, just a quick, you know, what if the 27 looks like 26? What does that mean? You know, and I knew there were a couple things that I knew that would be different, that, you know, River Valley would have to be, you know, potentially funding the River Valley Communication Center, which we don't have that proposed in 26. So I factored some of those things in. The rating, you know, and we've got another rate increase for sewer. So I, you know, through some of those things that I knew that would happen, but for the most part, just kept the same level of expenditures and expectations on revenues. So in 27, we would spend down to $5 million fund balance, an 8.5% reserve. It equates to about it's about a $6 million or a $5.4 million deficit. And that's on the operating side. So if we're up to the daily spend or the $5.4 million of recurring operating deficits, and our projection is our fund balance will be down to $5 million in 27, we're not going to make it to the end of 28, continuing on this structure that we have. So that is what I'm saying. It is very important that we address this soon. And even, you know, if we can't get all the way there, get it, you know, we need to do work towards this because, you know, it's 2025 now. And the closer we get to those numbers, if we continue on this path, the harder it's going to be to correct. And it seems pretty hard to do now, but we're we've done some work on it. But, the sooner we address it, the better off we will be. So that is something that I wanted to see is like this, we cannot continue on. This is not sustainable. Not even in the near term, forget about long term. We're talking about 28 potentially having funds run out at this rate that we're going in the general fund. But, street maintenance is still a spin down. Solid waste, they will be out of money in 27 based upon these projections. So there's definitely work to be done there. They'll have a $2 million deficit funds without some level of expenditure reductions or rate increases. And then the water and sewer reserve will be 16.7% there. But I would say solid waste and general fund are the critical ones in the near term. Well, water sewer as well, just because of the capital needs that we have and of being able to produce the funds to either service debt or fund, some of these needs that we've identified. So those are the concerns there.
So Andy, I know we talked about eliminating the 57 open positions. Do you have some numbers for us of what that'll look like?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We've got a list of these things that we're going to go through.
All right, let's get into it.
I think we're ready. So, that's, that is it. I mean, that's kind of where we are today. And like I said, the goal here is to maintain our balanced budget. It's got to be structurally balanced. It's not, can't do it with one-time revenues or fund balances. It needs to be something that's a day-to-day is covering costs. And then just to make sure that we're going to ensure fiscal sustainability long-term.
Chip, thank you. A lot of numbers, a lot of information. Overall, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you place the city's financial condition today?
That's a question for you.
That's a question for me.
Yes, sir.
It would not be very high. I mean,
Well, hold on.
when you say financial condition,
Mhm.
I mean, if you talk about where we are as far as reserves now, today, I would rate it high. I'd rate it a 7.
Okay.
But the trajectory is what we've got to deal with.
Again, we're talking about the last 2 years. We went into deficit in 24. We didn't really budget a deficit in 24. 25, we had some differences of opinion about the budget. I think that passed on a 4-3. However, historically, this board has done a really good job of managing, especially the general fund. I'm just talking the general fund. I mean, we had $11.5 million revenue over expenses in 22, $5.2 million revenue over expenses in 23. In 24, we got a little off. We had the resting gear. There was some big things that we purchased. 25, we got off, but 80% of the time we're a healthy fund balance. If you look at 8 out of the last 10 years, it's just been the last 2. So we don't need to get all excited about we're in this bad trajectory. Yes, we got these last couple of years that aren't great. We got to correct it this year. We 100% have to correct it this year.
We're not the only city dealing with
Right.
budget issues.
So we just
And this is every from the ones that I've talked to, it's similar. It's budget cutting time.
right.
Are you saying in 22 and 23, there were balanced budgets passed, or did administration pull back so that we'd meet those targets?
In the revenue, expenditure, and fund balance on page 162 of our audit, specifically the general fund, we're in 2015 negative $814,000, 2016 positive $6 million, 2017 positive $4 million, 2018 positive $2 million, 2019, positive 4.5 million. 2020, 8.8 million positive. 21, 5 million positive. 22, 11.5 million positive. 23, 5 million positive. 24, 8 million negative.
But is that counting COVID dollars?
Not in 2019, not in 2020. Well, no, I don't think, I think those came in
On the, like,
right, like, well, 16, 17, 18, 19, probably no COVID dollars. Probably when you see 11.5 million in 22, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, those numbers, that's what sort of changes some things there, but the budget structure itself, I mean, I think this is a healthy exercise.
I think,
today, 'cause it needs-
I think
it needs to
historically,
happen.
when on this particular day every year, when we bring the original proposed budget and it gets passed, that the general fund has been in the black. It's been we've had it. We started out with a surplus. We may have gone in and spent some funds on capital or made adjustments and salary increases or whatever. But the starting point still had somewhat of a surplus.
Right.
And then I think in 24, we had $1 million deficit, about $1,052,000, if I remember about the original budget,
Was that before the new needs?
and 23. And then in 24, or no, it was 24. And then 25, it was a $5.7 million deficit that was budgeted last year for 25. So
Was that including the new needs we got, or was that
that was before.
that was
New
before?
needs.
Okay.
Vic, you can look at where we came from in 2015, a fund balance in the general fund of $9 million. And then now, it's projected end of 25, 35 million. No, sorry, 20 million. It's gone up to 24. It went all the way up. I mean, it went all the way up to $42 million at the beginning of 23. And then we've spent it down in the last couple of years, but we've got to correct that.
Well, we got to remember that's like 6 million is COVID money.
There was a schedule, Andy, that you showed that in terms of the general fund operating budget that got adopted each year from back to 2020 has been on the negative side. 2019, I think, was the last budget that we approved that adopted on the positive side for.
But that's
just
finished positive.
that's just the budget.
Right, we
And so
finished
when we got to the end of the
Yes.
year, there was unexpended dollars, and it ended up
Right.
positive each and every year.
Right.
And so that's what is different about, because each of those years
See, that's
was,
the other thing about looking at these operating versus capital,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of times it's the timing. We may get something appropriated and do something, and it gets carried over into the next budget, right? And so, but those things that are being carried over are the projects. A lot of non-recurring type things.
but even in those years, when we had a deficit budget to start with, the deficit was $1 million or less typically.
Yes.
And so what is significantly different about where we are right now, and I don't disagree with you. I think historically, yes, we've been in great shape, and particularly the last 2 years have been a problem. But when we look at what are we going to do to fix the next 2 years, that's where our trouble starts. And I think it starts with the fact that we started with a $5.7 million operating deficit for this year.
I agree.
I think we're competent and capable of balancing the budget on the operation side.
I think the bottom line is that over the years, we've managed to make sure that the essential services and those things that are critical to the public, if they're being met, it just calls for sometimes tougher decisions and calls for different strategies. Keep in mind, these things are very flexible and dynamic, so they're going to change over time. And so with these exercises, it just gives us an opportunity to make sure we're doing the right things, that we can make sure the services that are expected are in place for our residents. Okay? Director Rigo, you reckon?
Well, Andy, I just have a question, as we dive into this. If you look at, because a lot of the conversation, I'm trying to understand from you or clarify from you a major concern that you have, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that when we're talking about the general fund, on the personnel and the operating side, we can talk about personnel because it's a bit more than operating. Your concern is that structurally, those two areas, leave aside whatever fund balance may or may not exist. Those two areas, as you see as they're set up now and looking sort of short and medium term into the future, you have a concern, correct, that those are structurally costing more or look like they're going to cost more than what we project to have come in from the revenue standpoint.
Right.
So I understand that we have some vigorous debates from time to time about how we spend and how we have spent out of the contingency reserve fund. But when you're in 2024 and that fund is 57%, there's going to be spending that occurs out of that. And so what your concern is that even if there was more still in that fund balance, if we did not make structural changes to the personnel and the operating expense side out of the general fund, we would still be continually reaching down into that reserve fund to make it balance.
That's right.
And so even if some capital spending had not come out of that fund, okay, the projection for 2027 would look better, but 30 would still be bad. I mean, you're talking about a structural built-in challenge. And so if you look at personnel, at the end of 2024, we spent $34.4 million. We're projected for 26 to spend $37.2 million on personnel, so $2.8 million. Broadly speaking, how would you categorize that $2.8 million increase? Is a healthy amount of it fixed costs, things like insurance and whatnot that we have very little control over? Or would you say that from the end of 2024 to moving into next year's budget, we have added people or personnel? Can you talk a little bit about that nearly $3 million personnel
From my
cost
view,
increase?
it's a combination of all three of those. You know, I don't have those numbers quantified per se, but I do know that we have increased personnel in the general fund. And, you know, I think Eric has pretty good numbers on that we can look at. And then there's no doubt that our health insurance costs and our benefits costs is increasing. Workers' comp insurance is going up. That's part of it. But we've added personnel, and then we've also, we've tried to give them, we've made salary adjustments to try to stay competitive with the market. You know, we do the salary study every other year and try to make adjustments where we can.
So I guess a better thing, maybe to make a note to highlight or for someone to provide to us, if you're talking about $2.8 million in personnel costs, over the last year, and about $600,000 is the operating number that's higher, $19,999,000 versus $19,319,000. That all goes into a $4.8 million deficit on the personnel and the operating.
Right.
So that's about $3.2 million of the 4.8. Can you describe to us sort of briefly, what is that? What represents that remainder? If there's $4.8 million projected to be deficient and personnel and operating is about 3.2, where's the other 1.6 or so coming from?
Well, I think in this case, it's going to be from the revenue side. And I think there is probably, like I said, like for fiscal year 24, there's, it's not flat data. There's some things, the roof repair is a big expenditure in that year. We got the insurance proceeds that are counted. That's why you see a higher number, 55 almost 56 million in revenues in 24 compared to 52.3 that we're showing for 26. So a lot of that is about $2.7 million of insurance proceeds,
Sure.
and not all of that was spent. So that's part of that differential there that I could see.
Yeah. So even if you were to magically wave your hand and say, let's just completely roll back personnel and operating to the number that it was at the end of 2024, there's still $1.6 million or so in revenue that's lower now at this time than it was at the end of 2024. So it's a combination of, I mean, you're very clearly illustrating for us there's a structural challenge with what we spend on personnel and operating, and there's a revenue challenge
Yeah.
as well.
We're not consistently bringing in enough resources to fund what we're trying to fund every day out of the general fund.
Let's dive into it.
Well, I would just say to Director Rigo's point, we do have some data in the ACFR on how much employment has grown. And if you look at water and sewer, for instance, just from 25 to 24 over those years, it grew by 35%. So I do think that's something we need to look at in terms of shrinking the size of our government.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Damon, you recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So in terms of getting into it, you ready? Yeah. Okay. So just looking at starting with the general fund and spending some time with that. And you know, I passed out a schedule to the board here in terms of what I'm going to go through right now. We show an operating deficit of the 4,846,704. And just going down the list that I've shown you in terms of options that we may have before us. First of all, the list I've shown you, the way I've got it configured, does reduce in an operating budget surplus of $242,632. Now that's assuming a lot of things here based on this discussion upcoming. So what I want to start with is the first on my list is a recurring discussion item that we need to get some clarity on regarding Fort Smith cemeteries. You know, there has been that proposal for the city to acquire ownership of the 3 cemeteries owned by Fort Smith Cemeteries, Inc. And just going off the numbers that were presented to the board at the most recent study session in terms of the projected budget. Now the projected budget for maintaining those cemeteries, I've included the number on this list is $405,000. That does come with some operating revenues that were projected at $175,000. But in terms of my schedule, I have, this is a discussion point for the board, whether we want to include these numbers in this projected operating budget or not. And as I said, we're starting with a $4.8 million deficit, and adding $405,000 in expenditures adds to that. So.
But Jeff, I would say, I spoke with them last week. One of the cemeteries has asked to be removed from consideration. And it looks like with some numbers, I think they're going to come and present to us. It'll be closer to $100,000 commitment from the city.
Which is what we approximately have been doing in the way of mowing service support.
Right. I think over the last 3 years, we've taken bids and assessed liens in the area of $80,000-ish for maintaining the
And
cemeteries.
is it fair to say that at least based on the conversations that you've had, that from an acquisition standpoint, there would not really be any cost to become the owners of the properties? Is that correct?
Right. I would propose if the decision were made to try to acquire ownership of those properties, then we would essentially forgive the liens that are owed on the property and use that in exchange for property ownership.
And so then we could decide to what level we would wish to
Maintain
do maintenance in 2026 particularly. And so, I mean, if that was just something where, you know, we decided that there just needs to be the mowing taken care of for next year, so they maintain sort of a baseline of decent and orderly appearance, you know, that would be somewhere more like $80,000 to $100,000 as we've done in years past. And I just think a thing to remember for consideration on this topic moving forward is we either, I think, be responsible and be in the driver's seat with this on the front end, or we have a potentially challenging situation where a nonprofit, you know, steps away from something. You get the state, you get the courts involved, and then the city is probably certainly mandated on the back end of a process to be a operator of these properties,
The city
and then
or
we
the
have less
county?
control.
Or the county.
Probably the city. Goes in the city limits.
Also, I think a question I have for them would be, I had a meeting with them and looked at it, and on the financial sheet they had showed, they brought it back up again. And I said, but if Washington is out, then the number changes by $109,000 to helping their number sheet, and they were within $75,000. My next question would be, how many internments, and I didn't get a chance to ask this, I don't know if they would have had the data that day right there in front of me, but how many internments do you have in a year? And can you gain up that $75,000 loss in revenue by just charging a modest rate increase? I mean, if somebody was to acquire that as a business from them, I know that they were approached by somebody, they felt unsecure with doing that idea with that person because they were going to charge way more than they currently charge. But there's probably some middle ground here to be considered to balancing that budget. So I think there's just some questions I have, or even continuing to help support within the mowing. Thank you.
If I might, just in terms of facilitating our discussion on all of these items, and I know we need to get to sort of a resolution on each one, but I would kind of like to run through at least a recap of what all of the proposals are here on this list, and then we can go back and revisit them as we go to sort of make a determination. But I think, you know, the board has the sheet in front of them. None of the rest of the staff has seen any of this. And so I think it would be good just to run through the list here and talk about each thing that I've got on here. And then we can go back to the top and start working.
Go ahead and do that.
Okay. So then the Fort Smith Cemeteries is an additional expense to consider at whatever level we put it. I know that the police department has included $75,000 for the continuation of the spay and neuter vouchers. That is something that we can discuss.
Comes with police.
That is coming out of the police department budget for the animal control function. Yes,
So
sir.
not only contributing $1 million for Animal Haven, they're contributing $75,000 for spay neuter.
Well, yes, and also continuing contributing the operating budget for the animal wardens. I mean, that's all part of that animal
Okay.
program. All right, so the budget that we've proposed does include step raises for uniformed personnel and police and fire. It does not include any pay adjustment for non-uniformed personnel. We've got built into these numbers anyway, a 2.5% increase for non-uniformed personnel. And so based on my numbers, I included the pay increase, but not the other two. And I've gotten to a revised deficit there. Yeah, 5.1. So then we start going down to in terms of identifying areas where we can increase revenues, because, you know, in a lot of sense, I think that we have done a lot of work with the departments on their budget line items to try to limit and control expenses. But I think that overall we have a revenue problem, not necessarily a spending problem when it comes to the operating line items. but the business license fees is one item we've looked at for increasing revenue, and not business licenses across the board, but particularly those business licenses that are issued to businesses that do not have a brick and mortar or a physical address in the city of Fort Smith city limits. Another wrinkle to this is that our current policy, every business requires a business license, but the business license fee is $100 for any of them, but the first year they do not have to pay that fee. What we're proposing differently here is for businesses that are inside the city limits, all of that would still stay the same. But for businesses whose physical address is outside the city limits, particularly we have a lot coming from out of state and those types of things, we would increase their business license fee to $500 and not issue a waiver for their first year. And so we're proposing that, and then based on the number of those types of licenses that were issued in 2024, that would project a $137,900 increase in revenue.
That's on our agenda tomorrow, correct?
Yes, that is on the agenda for tomorrow's regular meeting. We talked about some other ideas in terms of increasing business license fees, but have not suggested those for adoption at this time. The Fort Smith cemeteries, you'll see there is a revenue there that goes along with it. I mean, in terms of selling plots and interments and those sorts of things. If we take that on, then there is a revenue component to that. The next item is a pretty significant one. This is also on our regular meeting agenda for tomorrow. Andy mentioned that solid waste needs to address some of its operating budget issues. One of those things, and this comes out of our discussion from our cost of service study that we had in study session a couple months ago. Looking specifically at the landfill disposal rate, the gate rate at the landfill. Ours is $36 a ton currently. And it was shown that about 75% of waste that goes into our landfill each year goes through and pays that gate rate. And our cost of service on the landfill is about $47 a ton. So we are proposing to increase the gate rate from $36 a ton to $50 a ton with an ordinance this before you tomorrow at the regular meeting. And that in itself is projected to produce about $3.6 or $3.7 million worth of revenue, additional revenue for the solid waste fund. One of the things that our ordinances provide that we are able to do with dollars collected by solid waste funds is fund animal control services. And so I'm proposing that we use $1 million, transfer from that rate increase and on the gate rate to the general fund to backstop the general fund expenses, particularly as it comes to animal control, and which that program is, I believe, in the $1.2 million range. It covers the shelter, the animal control wardens.
That's coming out of police specifically, right?
It
So
is.
that
It is operated out of police. Yes,
that would give police an additional $1 million back.
it would provide the general fund with another $1 million to offset general fund expenses, which part of it includes police.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So
We just talked about how bad of shape solid waste is in. By 27, it could be negative 7.7% contingency with a $2 million negative working capital. I mean, are those gate rates going to generate that kind of money?
The gate rates will generate for solid waste. If we transfer this $1 million, it'll generate an additional $2.5 million a year. And I mean, long term, there still are things to figure out for solid waste, but this is starting to move in the right direction.
So on these operating revenues to consider in the general fund, a couple questions. One, so I know you've got a mixture right there of yes, do this, no, maybe not right now, but in total, if we were to say yes to all, that represents nearly or about $2 million in new revenue, correct?
Correct.
And so Andy, could you remind us, or Jeff, on the first few of those business license fees, what the numbers currently are for each of those?
Well, I know for that first one, the current numbers is about $26,000.
Not what it generates, what the left side cost is. So you're going to a $500 annual fee for non-Fort Smith from what?
$100.
Okay, and then for the other two?
And it's free for the first year.
And then what about the ones you said no on, the business license fee, $200 annual fee for Fort Smith? That's currently,
It's currently free for the first year and then $100
and then
after.
100.
Same with
Yeah,
the.
And then what
definitely
about
a no on that. We don't need to make it
ARCU?
harder on small
Same.
business.
I mean,
Same
currently that is the business license fee is $100 regardless of who or what form your business is in. And the first year is for free.
Sure, but then what's ARCU?
Accessory residential commercial use.
And that's currently
That's-
zero?
It's currently a $100 fee.
What's the change then on number 6?
Well, it's not applied directly to them. I think you're right. I think we don't quantify that as a business license. Maggie, the accessory residential commercial use, we don't currently charge them $100. Is that correct?
So we basically card they could charge a very adult LEP about it. That's first year's free if they don't have a business. And then they get charged $100.
Okay, so with this, if we did something here, any adjustment would be based on applying it to the first year? Okay.
So what's that, $65?
Eliminating the first year free essentially. Okay, so then the next one is somewhat complicated. Based on the CIP discussion we had with the police department last Monday, and the worksheet and how Chief Baker proposed the use of dollars for capital purchases for offsetting personnel costs in the general fund. What is built into the budget here was a $2.5 million from the police sales tax fund to the general fund to offset police department salaries. And the number that was in Chief Baker's proposal for Monday was $2.9,030,900. So this is that difference between what's already in the budget and then the additional amount. And then there is when we go through the operating expense reductions, I've proposed some for transit. There's some offsetting revenue reductions that go along with those. So then it reduces, you'll see how it reduces the target then that we need to cut to. And then we started talking about proposals that I think we talked about at least most of these with all of you to some degree during when we met with you individually on the budget. But we talked initially about perhaps an overall cut to staff, non-uniformed staff in all departments with more than 10 employees. I've not shown that as a yes on this option. I prefer not to do that because there are people in seats right now, and what we much would like to do is be able to get to any staff size reductions or right sizing of our staff without laying people off or doing those sorts of things. And so instead we've focused on vacant positions, which I'll get to here in a bit. Then some relatively minor things. In terms of all of our budgets, we budget every program here that has personnel in it. We budget for 100% expenditure in all of those funds. Well, typically, especially in our larger departments that I'm using 10 employees or greater, There typically is turnover on all of those, and so we don't always spend 100% of what's budgeted. So I'm proposing that maybe we budgeted at 95% on some of those instead of 100%. Or the next one is related to the amount that we include in the budget for vacant positions in terms of what our anticipated liability for medical insurance might be. Andy referenced our health insurance cost increase have gone up to 30%. So that means if a vacant position is filled, a person comes in and they select the essentially the most expensive health insurance plan that the city participates in, then that is about $19,000 per employee if they select and that's the city's cost on the plan that they've chosen. And so we always typically budget that full amount, that 19,000. Well, I'm not going to say most, but a lot of the employees that come in don't select that particular option. They select somewhere that's less expensive. So I've suggested that we budget less in those vacant positions for health insurance liability. This next one, there's been a lot of communication about in the last few days. I have listed here as a reduce the operating expenses related to Miss Laura's museum. I know that there's potential discussion to be had on that. The next one is impacts all of the operating funds, reduce vacant non-uniformed positions. And this is currently based on 57 vacant positions that we've got across the city. And for the general fund, that impact is $545,000. And then we currently have vacant, a number of vacancies in the police department, and I based these numbers on when we had 8 positions vacant in the police department to reduce those 8 vacant police officer positions. And that number is the $670,000. Similarly, we have 6 vacancies in the fire department, coordinating with the fire chief in how this might work. In terms of reducing those 6 positions, that nets savings to the general fund of $629,000. And then for most of the operating departments in the general fund, many of these are allocated across funds when you talk about policy and admin and management services and development services. But I've identified a number of operating cost reductions for those departments, and I typically have left those as unspecified. If we decide to say yes to these, then an affected department head would go through and identify that amount to cut instead of trying to select which line items to cut for them. Let them cut to the target that is set for them. There are 4 new position requests that are included in the budget. The first one here is listed as the military liaison position. We also have an additional assistant prosecutor position for the prosecutor's office. We have a AV person to operate our meetings that has offsetting costs. We currently contract that service, and I think we would get better use out of those dollars if we have a full-time position.
21 was the reference here.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, could you call that the line number 2 when you're when it's off of that?
Okay.
That's 521.
I think so.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
50,000 city admin personnel operating.
No, actually, the new person is on line 22.
That's the military liaison.
Right, but new AV person is further down. It's number 32 on that list.
Okay, should block slowly with.
Just seeing that first one that reminded me of that I wanted to mention that the 4 new positions that were included. And the fourth one is a neighborhood services inspector.
Okay, well,
It's not on this list because it's not in the general fund.
that little, but there's 3 because of good place.
Yes, and 2 of them are allocated. 2 are allocated to the general fund. The communications is 18% allocated to the general fund, as is the military liaison person. The deputy prosecutor is 100% general fund.
So Jeff, with the military liaison, would that be in addition to or in place of the Roosevelt Group?
It could be either one. I would suspect based on the budget needs, we either need to do one or the other. And you can see the numbers I've assigned here to the operating budgets for them to review. So, none of them are insignificant in terms of the size of the budget programs. Specifically, though, when you get down to item 30, information technology, that is a sizable number to get to. There again, that is allocated to the general fund. I did to the department heads. I did look at these budgets and try to identify a dollar amount that I thought, based on the justifications listed in the detail book, that we could get to. When we get down to item 38, we currently have a contract with the airport to provide airport security. At one point, I believe that there was offsetting federal dollars that came to us, and I don't know where the chief went. Oops, okay. And somewhere along the line, within the last 4 to 5 years, that offsetting revenue or grant, whatever it was discontinued. And so the city has continued to provide law enforcement. There is a requirement for the commercial service that law enforcement be present to back up the TSA function when the commercial operations are happening. Right now, the city is paying all of that cost. And that is an appropriate cost for the airport to pay. And so this proposal includes reducing that. And there's, like, I believe the chief said that there is a current agreement in place that we would need to go through the process for termination. And then we identified, the fire department has identified this number for reduction, the $275,000. That's based on numbers from the fire chief. Parks, transit. And item 42, there were letters requesting increases from the Fort Smith Museum of History, the Sebastian Retired Citizens Association, Area Agency on Aging. The dollars, they asked for additional dollars to the combined total of $85,000, which I've said that those numbers are in this budget, but I've said that we should reduce those. And then reduce the non-departmental subsidy to the Fort Smith Convention Center. This is in anticipation of potentially getting a naming rights agreement in place, and Shannon has reported that there's good news to share with that. So it's not pure speculation at this point, but I do have $235,000 there to reduce in our budget. I think we have $794,000 still budgeted as a subsidy to the Fort Smith Convention Center. I've proposed to reduce it by at least this amount. And then the very last one is one that listed last because it was one of the last things I would want to do is propose reduction. This is the cost of what the step raises for uniformed personnel and police and fire cost. Those numbers, like I said, are already in the budget, and I'm proposing that they remain there. So based on all of that, then that projects a $242,000 operating surplus. But as you notice, there's a lot of discussion to be had on these items. So we start at the top. We can start going through those.
So no, you don't have any travel reductions on here.
I didn't specify like within the operating departments where they would get those operating reductions. I would leave that to them.
Okay, I think we need to look at that.
Like,
So what you have listed, yes, next to represents $3.8 million worth of proposed cuts to operating expenses, correct?
That's correct.
And if you included the things you put no next to, that's an additional over $2.5 million. And so there's $6.4 million of operating expense reduction on the screen for our consideration right now
That's correct.
to go against the $4.8 million current deficit.
Correct.
Well, thank you for putting things out there for us to consider.
So even with that, you're still projecting out of the general fund $1 million deficit.
That's if we purchase capital. I mean, this is
That's
not
operating.
This is not an operate. That does not. This is an operating excess. There's a surplus for operating. If we add capital to that, then of course, then we'd be using general fund reserve. But that's what the reserve funds are for.
So that right there where the cursor's hovering over represents the $3.8 million in operating reductions that you talked about. And then adjusting the capital request down from the 3.2 million that's in the budget proposal presently down to 1.2.
Yes,
And
Which
also
we haven't
includes those
approved
revenue changes as well.
that's correct. It also yes, and I do have on the last page of that handout sort of how I've broken out the capital request the same way. The biggest part of that relates to the capital items that were requested by the police department. We're suggesting that they be moved to the sales and use tax fund, and not in the not from the general fund reserve.
The other thing is, Andy, how on these revenue projections coming in for 26 on sales use tax, would you say that you are modest? Are you conservative in this? Or are you stretching and saying, no, I've built in thinking about growth? I mean, could you kind of comment about the revenue side of it?
I've just kept everything flat. As like within whatever we've collected in the last 12 months, that's what we're projecting to get. There's, we obviously have signs of growth here locally, but we're also seeing pressure just from a national level of tariffs and a lot of uncertainty in economics.
So I think one approach of this.
So the best approach I could take is just keep it flat.
I think one of the things that we did for the 25 budget was we estimated some increase in sales tax revenue, but we're not seeing it. We're seeing sales tax revenues come in at fairly equal to what we got in 24, or even just a little bit behind even. So I think budgeting those revenues flat is a conservative way to go.
Because you're projecting us to bring in 2026 $1.5 million less dollars in tax revenue than what we expect to collect in the next 6 weeks left in this year.
Right.
Okay.
So my thought was another way of looking at this: the pro of balancing the budget and maybe delaying a quarter or two into the new year, and sales tax does grow, that gives you an idea of some CapEx possibilities.
I think if the operating budget is balanced, then the capital reserve fund is, I mean, you have a projection of what, if we cut the 4.8, what the reserve fund balance would be. But I mean,
It's about, at this level of cuts, you'd have about a 34% reserve
and that,
at the end of 26.
and that's what you use to buy capital with, so we can make those capital decisions if our operating is right.
That's exactly what I was saying, is by, instead of trying to think about capital here, if we just focus on that balanced budget.
Yes.
That's a big
Well,
key.
that's the other thing. If you can reduce your operation cost, then the percentage, the reserve level is a lower dollar amount because it's based on 20% of annual operating cost. So to be able to reduce that and shrink government requires less reserve and then opens the opportunity for more capital.
And I'll say too, I mean, we're talking about the general fund now, but one of the other, I mean, the water and sewer fund was showing a $2.9 million deficit. And, the idea of reducing 57 non-uniformed personnel, I mean, that's across the city. And so 23-ish of those, 24, are in the water and sewer fund. So that is a significant savings to the water and sewer fund, which helps that operating budget as well.
The concern I have on that would be any progress that we're making within the streets department, because this is a little different scenario than when I talked to you all about, because I know they have some vacant spots they have yet to fill that would almost be needed to fill out the 5 crews, if I'm understanding that correct.
Perhaps, but it also, I mean, it also sets a number of personnel. It doesn't, we can shift those around to where the vacancies are in different positions than what are actually vacant right now, but it sets a new overall headcount goal. And as long as we're working within the headcount goal that gets set, then we'll be okay.
The future of water leaks being at a minimal and then working on water line in-house or things like that, I think are going to be important to have a fully functioning public works.
Agreed. And I'll just remind that the, successes that they've had here recently have been with these vacancies. Not that it's easy to do. I recognize that, but still.
So just to kind of level set here, if we were to adopt all of these revenue and reductions, it's going to leave us with $978,000 that the board's got to figure out. That would be a reduction of 978, whatever that, I can't see it, 970 some odd $1,000, $978,000.
Instead of having an $8 million deficit proposed for 26 and lowering your fund balance from $20 million to almost $12 million, you only have a deficit of $1 million and you're maintaining your $19 million in fund balance versus.
But the operating portion is got a budget surplus. The operating portion, the 4.8 million, the problem that we have has a 242,000 surplus. The million
So we go
expense
from,
there is capital expense.
we go from 4.8 in the negative to 242,000 positive.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is including eliminating the 57 non-uniform positions that are vacant.
Yes. And also the 8 police officer positions and the 6 firefighter positions, the 14 uniform positions.
So we're ending up about where we typically are at this time. Right?
Yes.
We typically are about $1 million deficit is what we show, and then we always come out in the black,
Yes.
minus the last 2 years.
But also in those last 2 years, even though it's been on the deficit side, that's really just been operating costs because we have not provided for capital expenses, especially in the general fund, in the last 2 years at all. So all of that negative in previous years has been operating cost.
Jeff, what happened to the turn back? We buy they turn back every year. The PD.
Well, it is general fund money. It doesn't belong to any department. Once it's not spent, it goes back into the fund reserve.
It's not earmarked for the police department.
No.
It could be spent on anything.
Yes, and that's what contributes to the growth of the general fund reserve. When dollars in the general fund are not spent, they go back into the general fund reserve. And then for the next year, when we should budget against that year's revenues. And so all of our expenses need to match that upcoming year's revenues.
The 3 million, don't they? Then you're actually saving three. You're saving three.
Yes, but it shouldn't have been budgeted in the first place. It should have stayed in the general fund reserve if they didn't need it to spend. Any department. So when dollars are not spent in the budget, it goes back into the reserve fund. That's how the reserve fund is supposed to grow.
3 million is included in the budget, right? In the general fund.
Can you,
Which 3 million?
can y'all enlighten me on this 3 million, what we're talking about?
I don't know.
The turn back money, the PD, that.
You mean what? PD doesn't spend it and it goes back into the.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's 3 million or not, but whatever that number is, if it's in their budget and they don't spend it, it goes back into the general fund reserve.
Yeah, Sam.
And then the next year, we budget the whole general fund based on the revenues the general fund is supposed to bring in.
Okay. Next. We'll go to the next.
Director Rego.
I just had some more clarifying questions about the expense reductions proposed. It's a multi-part question. So if you look at 28, 29, 30, 31, 39, 40, and 41, those are all, it says for finance, purchasing, IT, communications, building safety, fire, parks, and transit, and the amounts vary, but it just says reduce expense unspecified.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit more about the vision behind that. Is that going to be, this is a number that has been put out there, department heads, you need to find that number, you need to hit this number in a reduction? Is that a process that'll be ongoing? How do you envision those working?
Yes, so for instance, number 28, just picking one, reduce finance additional operating unspecified at 30,000. That means I would turn to the department head and say, find 30,000 in your operating budget to reduce. I mean, and not, the point being, let them pick the line items that they can reduce to hit that target.
Okay.
And so that might include the travel or expense or conference or seminars or office supplies or whatever, or materials purchases or small equipment or whatever it is, but let the department head choose from their budget request what they can reduce.
38 says police discontinue contract to provide airport security. You talked about that a little bit. How realistic is that?
I think it's realistic. I'll have to defer to the chief a little bit in terms of the agreement
Is that
requirements.
something we are permitted to discontinue?
I think it is not, the commercial service requires law enforcement presence to be there, but it doesn't require the city to provide law enforcement. And so I think by agreement, we have done that. But I think the airport would have to find alternative means of law enforcement or pay for it through off-duty function. I've turned it to the chief.
Okay, yeah, I mean, my question is not necessarily in the space that, we shouldn't look into this, but, and it probably goes without saying, but I would hope that we don't do something, if we proceed forward in that avenue, that ends up from a legal side costing us more to adjudicate and try to get into a argument about basically with another entity.
We have no legal requirement to provide police security at the airport. Federal law requires the airport to provide security when commercial flights are going in and out. How they choose to do that is on them. Mm-hmm. I believe the agreement was in 2007 where the Fort Smith Police Department, City of Fort Smith, agreed to provide police security, but it at that time was subsidized. by federal funding. That funding ended in 2024. Conversations with the city administrator at that time, I expressed my desire to end our presence at the airport, and he said we should continue at the expense of the city. So that was budgeted in 25, but we have no legal obligation to provide the police security at the airport.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Have we had any discussion with the airport?
Chief, oh, sorry.
I did have a brief discussion with the new airport director the other day, just to let him know that this was an item we were talking about.
And
I mean, there's not a resolution to that discussion, but he's aware of it.
Do they have the funds to provide security?
I believe that they do. I mean, Andy has provided I think they all are provided in monthly financial reports in terms of their financial condition.
What is their financial condition?
I mean, they have roughly maintain about $11 million in unrestricted funds. There's a lot of, they do have some funds that are restricted for capital and certain FAA things, but it appears like they typically maintain about $11 million in unrestricted funds. What I've
So they
seen.
can afford it.
I believe so.
okay, let's make sure that we have solid answers on that, because the worst thing could happen is we're not providing an airport that's providing the necessary services to protect our city's interest.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. And we recognize the importance of the airport and those services. But anyway, it's an item for discussion.
And then the two other quick clarification things I had. Number 34 says city services allocate solar farm lease by percentage of utility expenses. I guess, could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Currently in the proposed budget, there is a $500,000 payment for lease of the two large solar farms. And that payment is consolidated in our city services program, which is 100% funded by the general fund.
Yes.
The idea being that that $500,000 should be allocated across all departments, because each department will receive energy cost savings when they pay their utility bills. So all funds will get benefit of that reduced energy cost.
And then on 15, the reduced operating expense for Miss Laura's Museum. So this was in December 17th of 2024. We voted unanimously to take on this particular expense on the city side. What is the vision of, and I recognize that it's a not insignificant number, what happens if we were to decide, less than a year later to say, never mind, we don't want to do that? Is it a situation where the building just sort of sits there empty and, nature takes its course, or what? I mean, is that what's contemplated by this action?
Yes, I think potentially so. I mean, the city owns the property and the building. The operations within it have been funded by public sources, not the general fund in previous years. And I recognize that, we voted to add that to our operating expenses for this year. The initial numbers were at one level, and when we applied the staff there to pay them within our current city pay scale, then that did increase the operating cost a bit. So that's part of the increase, but there is still a need to do some repair to the structure. I mean, it's still those needs that were identified last year are still present, and so I mean the operating cost is one part. That's the significant piece that I'm talking about here. The cost of owning and maintaining the structure is not really contemplated here, but it's not funded necessarily either for 26. So that's a different discussion.
Thank you.
Director Good.
But they're not,
Turn that off. There you go.
Yeah, while we're on the Miss Laura's topic, I actually took the tour and looked at the condition of the building and talked to the manager of Angel Tracy. And she provided me with a lot of good information. And I don't know if you guys have had a chance to speak with her or know what's going on, but if we could now, could you speak to the condition of where we're at and what we're looking at if we decide to keep this open and fund it or not? Because either way, it sounds like it's going to be an expense that the city's going to incur. Thank you, Angel.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to start. I tried sending you guys an email on Friday. I don't think it went through, so I resent today those numbers. When we look at what the request is, Angel's done a phenomenal job of going back in and readjusting those budget numbers. So we have a reduction of about $60,000 that's taken place. And the expenses, she's also added some additional revenue. But two things that I want to point out, and Jeff has, the wages of the staff is your biggest expense. When you operate a museum, it's going to naturally happen. It's about half of the budget that's been adjusted. The other piece, and I will also say, if there's going to be no layoffs, then that means those people will adjust and go somewhere else within your budget. So this is not necessarily a cost-saving measure. It's just a movement measure. The other piece is the building. You guys own the building. It does need restoration. AML did come through, who handles your insurance. At the time, they said it, unless something happens, it's going to be hard to insure the building. And it's an historic landmark. So that we would obviously want to see that happen, and Angel can talk more. But the building direct cost within that budget is just over $64,000. So you have a remaining $57,000 is what's being asked to be funded. If you take away the staff and you move them somewhere else within your budget, you have to cover the building, $57,000. To have the number two, the number 2 attraction in Fort Smith up and running. Also in that is if you decide, hey, this doesn't work in the budget, we do need to cut Miss Laura's. There is a decommissioning cost that goes along with it. There's how many artifacts in the building?
1,400.
1,400 artifacts in that building that do not belong, all of them, to us. So that's also going to take time. Angel has gone through and done a decommissioning budget, and you're actually going to be spending more to decommission the museum than it is to keep it open. A lot of that is having to pay to mail, freight those items to people that no longer live in Fort Smith, but were so generous to provide those because they felt like that history needed to stay here. So I wanted to point that out before Angel came in, is that, yes, there's those cuts, but within that budget, you've got $166,000 that actually doesn't get cut unless you sell off the building or you demo the building, which I would never advocate for. Because of just, you've got to upkeep a building and you've got to keep staff, you're going to have to shift them somewhere else. So essentially, all you're actually saving in your budget is $57,000. Angel.
Director Christine Savage, and then we'll.
Well, I would just add to when I was on the AMP and we were, looking, because the AMP budget is so tiny, looking to move this off our books to the city, the intention was for the city to take care of it and continue with it, not to shut it down. I looked over the budget. We've had a lot of community input on this. I've received a lot. I think we all have, and this is something the community desires and that they really want. So I reached out to Angel yesterday and I said, we're going to have to make some cuts, I think, as the budget's proposed. My goal would ultimately be to get it off the city's books and in private hands. And that was, you told me your goal as well, and that you have a plan. So I was hoping you could share that plan with us.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of had in December, you all agreed to a 5-year agreement. And part of our goal is to establish a nonprofit similar to Parks Partners, and then to have that ultimately take over ownership and stewardship of the building for preservation. a nonprofit is eligible for many more grants than a municipality is. And so that makes a lot more sense, especially as it pertains to preservation. Our goal this year was to get the museum curated and up and running so that we could start charging admission, which in my mind was the most important thing, is to start getting that revenue coming in, which we did. And I think we're sitting at $37,000 that we've brought in, and we just started charging admission in June. So we don't have.
Is your gift shop up and running yet?
It is, yes. It's been open since June of last year.
How's it doing?
It's doing great. Yeah, and we've kind of changed a little bit with what we're offering, and we're trying to promote other local Arkansas businesses.
And also within that budget, Christina, to your point, Director Katsavos, is the gift shop revenue offsets the gift shop expenses. So certain lines within there are complete washes, and we did that purposely to make sure that the gift shop could stand on its own. And if it was to continue on or whatever, but it was meant to be a wash, similar to what the CVB's gift shop is as well. It's meant to be a wash on our budget.
And we do share that expense of that system so that we can save a little money. And did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. So the goal's not for the gift shop to be profitable, just to be self-sustaining?
It's meant to be profitable, but because of the way the financials are set up within the city, we've got to make sure that funds are frozen. And I know that that's a hard part where we can freeze it on our side for the A&P for ours. Right now, a lot of this revenue is just going back into the general fund. So I think that's the nonprofit is, yes, allow the gift shop to make money, help offset itself. But right now, we just got to freeze kind of the two lines within the city's budget.
And with the reduction or with the increase for the admission, have you seen a reduction in visitors?
Slightly. I don't think it's all necessarily due to us charging admission. I think that there's a big part of it with the airline issues. You know, people are scared to fly, and, you know, just a reduction in travel in general. And I think that's kind of been the case.
And
over the
rotation
board.
of bus tour traffic.
Follows a similar trend.
Yes.
What's the admission cost?
It's $8 currently. I intend to increase it to $11 in 26, which will also increase our revenue from $57,000 to $67,100.
You know, at a time when most cities are looking for every opportunity to create a new amenity. Amenities are what draw people to your city. And if you don't have those, people are not going to come visit. And we have one of the most iconic historic places in the nation right here at Fort Smith.
1 to 9, right? 1 to 9 nationwide.
1 of 9 in the whole United States.
Yes. And if anything, we should be upscaling it and making it even a more better attraction. So I'm strongly encouraging the board, take care of it, at least give them an opportunity to establish something that can take care of it. But at this point, I don't think we should pull the rug from under this iconic tourist attraction that we have right here in our city.
I would like to speak a little bit about the numbers, just because that's what we're focusing on. So what I would like to talk about is I've actually got a bit of a proposition to cut our budget by about $50,000. That would include a reduction in staff. Obviously, that's not something I want to do, but with staffing being the most expensive thing, I think it's important to consider. If it shutting down is what you all ultimately decide, the deaccessioning cost for the museum is to the tune of $520,000.
Good what?
To deaccession, so to yes, yep, $520,000. If you decide to shut it down and just keep the building empty, just know that it is another $253,000 in addition to that for the year. I know that
Could
there's.
you explain that number? What do you mean by the additional
Yes.
253? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So to ultimately deaccession the museum, it would require a lot of shipping, still need to try to do some maintenance to the building. you would end up still having to pay staffing costs, right? So we, as Ashley established, those staff members get absorbed by other departments. That's still a high cost. There's unknown expenses as far as things that we would have to do, whether it's trying to get the artifacts appraised to know what to sell them for, the ones that we do own, which is a little over half of the artifacts. I can tell you that we've not spent more than $6,000 on the things that we do have. So just know that's the extent of what we would be bringing back in for what we sell that we do own. A lot of the things that we have are in partnership with other museums. So we would just need to get those things back to them. We would still have to incur the cost of insurance while we're doing that, which is pretty pricey. With an empty building, the city is still required to pay things like utilities and, perform maintenance on the HVAC system. If you just turn everything off, you end up with more problems than you want.
Does the city have to maintain Ms. Laura's as a historical building? Are there certain qualifications it has to meet?
Yeah, I mean, if we choose not to do so, we could lose our National Registry plaque. That's
But there's not specific maintenance items that we have to do. I mean, there's things that it needs, that's
Yes.
for sure.
Correct.
And, I'd say, a lot of, I don't discount that there are costs involved with with closing it down.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of that is, a lot of the numbers are speculative in terms of how that actually gets applied and what actually happens to the artifacts and such like that. But I mean, I don't disagree that there's cost to closing it down, and
Yes.
those need to be recognized. But in terms of the building itself, I mean, and Director Salas, you'd asked me about the potential grant that we turned down, and that was a grant that would have provided some dollars towards the exterior maintenance that needed to happen, the siding and the physical items that needed to happen at the property. But that easements that go along with accepting a grant like that are really restrictive in terms of what you're able to do in the future. And so we didn't feel that the dollar amount that we were getting justified that perpetual type of easement. And so
Is
we
there a
did-
possibility to negotiate, like we'll accept your grant money, but we don't accept these conditions. We'd like to accept your money, but
we
these are the
did
conditions.
we did
we'd
ask
like.
that question, and they said no. So. I mean, it's a grant from the State Historic Preservation Office, and so their goal is to keep it looking historic. And I mean, ours would be too, but it's a matter of standard and the options of what we would want to do at our own pace versus being required to do something that matches the grant.
I just think it's important to note that, even if we were to shut it down, we'd still be responsible for maintaining the building, which is a large portion, whether it's open or closed.
Correct. And I do want to address, the possibility, I mean, you mentioned potentially selling the building. 2 years ago, when I applied for that grant, I had to have the property assessed, and the fair market value of that house is $590,000. If you factor in the cost of deaccessioning the museum to be able to do so, you're looking at, another $520,000 against that cost of selling the house. The building needs, at the bare minimum, another $109,000. If you're really doing everything that needs to be done, it's another $234,000, and that would end up costing the city $164,000 to sell the house. It's not a profitable thing to do.
Yeah, but there again, I mean, if the city decided to sell we have looked this year at excess property for sale. And so there is the possibility for sale of the building, but
I have a couple questions. It was my understanding that Miss Laura's house, when did the city take it on as far as its budget expenses and things?
Last year.
This was, and then
Yes,
before that, the A&P did it.
Yes,
And then before that, how did it maintain?
it was a social club, so it was actually a
restaurant.
It was a restaurant.
Okay, so it was a private venue, okay. And then was there ever a time where Miss Laura's house ran, because it seems like there's people that are interested, was there ever a time it ran with volunteers?
There was, and it was extensive. Most of them are aging. And the thing that I have seen over the years and reports from our population here in Fort Smith is that oftentimes when they came in, the upstairs were closed. So they weren't actually able to see any of the major exhibits. And so we have tried on multiple occasions, both with the CVB and as us as the museum, to contact some of those former volunteers. And I can say that it has been venomous, the response to being able to get some of them back. We have put some effort into trying to get volunteer recruitment, not just for ourselves, but with our partner sites, the historic site, the Clayton House Museum of History, Regional Art Museum. All of us have gotten together to try to do volunteer recruitment ourselves. I think last year we were able to retain 4 volunteers, and within 6 months they were done.
And then when we talk about being the number 2 attraction, can we run through the list of like maybe the top 5? What are you thinking? Like, what's number 1?
The Marshalls Museum.
Marshall's Museum.
Okay, and how many does it have? Do we have an idea? Number-wise?
As far as their rating?
How many visitors?
Oh, good question.
Way more than us.
We don't fund the Marshalls Museum.
We don't, yeah.
I'm just asking when it's number 2, like number 3 would be.
So no, and all of this, remember, is you're based on TripAdvisor, you're based on Google reviews, you're based on people coming out and saying you should go visit this. So when you're, the Marshalls Museum's brand new, shiny, it's a national museum. It's the only one of its kind. I expect that they're going to be number 1. The historic site was number 2 for the longest time. The work of the museum and the changes pushed them into the number 2 spot. Historic site's now below just slightly. Then you've got the Museum of History, and then I believe it's the Clayton House behind them. So that's kind of, you're in that history range.
So you mean
for
in museums,
attractions.
it's number 2 is what you're saying?
When you say things to do in Fort Smith, Google, we're the number 2.
Yeah, out of 116 listed things to do, we're number 2.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's not the question of whether Miss Laura's house stays open or not. It's a question of how much of the city's dollars are going towards a museum effort or maintaining our property. I mean, I know the email I pulled up is like 64,163 is tied to operating the building for the year, or even exploring some expansion within the privatizing of it. If there's such an interest to it, maybe there's a way to up the game by removing the city out of it as much as possible and expanding your efforts within the privatized part.
Completely agree. And that's where Angel wants to go with the nonprofit status, but that requires time in which to go through the legal process of that. And also making sure that, the nonprofit setup, you run a church, like that whole side of it has to be done. And in this year 1, it was more about how do we elevate Miss Laura's? How do we separate it from the CVB and it being a visitor center and allow it to stand on its own and be seen as the part of the history of Fort
So
Smith?
the budget number of 268,000, you're saying you would not need that. What would you need to write it on the?
So it's now been cut down to 228,000. But again, 102 of that is personnel.
102?
Yes, sir.
120.
Sorry, 120.
120.
Sorry.
And I'd venture to say that, what is the charge for Ms. Flowers?
It's $8 currently, and then in the new year we plan to bring it to 11.
People laugh about that because they say it's low.
Right. I would imagine for every $8 they spend 10 times that much into the local economy.
Well, yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mayor. I was just going to say, like, that additional spending, given that it's a tourism attraction, is not something that's represented in this sort of Excel exercise. I mean, the most folks, I would posit, that are coming to and deliberately and intentionally visiting Miss Laura's and then writing a review and these sorts of things are people that are coming from elsewhere. And then since they are coming from elsewhere, they're probably eating, doing a little shopping, et cetera.
We actually have a lot of folks who come in that say, we were just passing through on our way home, but we pulled up Fort Smith and saw that you guys were there and we just wanted to stop in before we headed home. We hear that a lot.
Again, if anything, let's be looking at the potential of upgrading Miss Laura's rather than shutting it down.
Give it question.
Okay. All right. Well, I know a lot of this is focused on tourism, but there is a large segment of the community has a lot of local public pride in this building and the history that goes involved in Miss Laura's. And it's just not the brothel aspect. It's the women's history. It's how the local police department and constables interacted with the community, what those laws were at the time. I mean, this stuff is absolutely amazing. So there is not just the tourism dollars that we're looking at. We're looking at our local taxpayer dollars. They want to invest in this, along with a lot of other things that people come to the board to talk to us about that they support. It might not sound like it's a lot of people supporting, animal welfare, Miss Laura's, the homelessness, but these are things that people have a vested interest in and they want their tax dollars to go towards. So we need to find a way to make those tax dollars work for our local citizens as well as our tourism business.
Thank you. Director Savage.
I would just say too, I was curious when I read that 30 of these were once operated in the red light district. And so I looked up when Miss Laura's was built, the population of Fort Smith was about 12,000 people. And 30 of these were operational and profitable. So it is a significant part of our history. And I think speaks to entrepreneurship and women's history as well.
Women-owned businesses.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Yes, why don't we take a what do you need, 10? Let us take a 10-minute break, as suggested by Mr. Settle. I think we're well on track to finish at a good time today, so let's continue that effort. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dingman?
Yes, sir.
I would just, I have a question on the personnel side here in the general fund, expense-wise, that I would like to just have a little clarification on or some more information for all of us on. When we're looking at, the $4.8 million deficit that we're trying to attack on the personnel operating side in the general fund, and thank you for the list and the exercise, and it was very beneficial. The personnel expense from the end of 2024 to what's projected for next year is $2.8 million more dollars higher. And so I just want to dive in on that a little bit more, hope to understand a little bit more the particulars of that, because I think it's fair to say that particularly when it comes to the general fund, we did not go on any sort of hiring binge in 2025 or add a lot of personnel or positions or things of this nature. So, Mr. Dingman, Mr. Richards, Eric, is there a way to sort of talk to us about, tell us the story of how in, 1 year personnel costs went up $3 million, because that represents a huge portion of the 4.8 that we're trying to reduce. And the operating expenses were actually fairly flat, around $600,000 from the end, over the last year. So clearly the people that were in the positions were operating very similar to the way they were operating in 2024, but it's costing $2.8 million more dollars to have the employees that we have. What of that would you say is driven by numbers that we don't have a direct control over, things like healthcare, workers' comp, insurance? Because is it accurate to say that we did not hire, numerous new people in the general fund in 2025?
Correct. No, I understand your question. And the first thing I would point out is that the $34.392 million number for the end of 24 is an actual number. It's based on what we actually paid the people in those seats. And so presumably, right now we've talked about 57 vacancies in non-uniform personnel and a number of vacancies in uniform personnel. And so if those similar numbers happened in 24 also, we didn't pay people. We didn't pay all those positions for the times that they were vacant. And so one difference is that the 24 is an actual expense number versus the 26 number is all of those positions filled 100% of the year, 100% of the time. And so it's budgeted full expense on all of those, which was going to be a significant difference. But there are other factors in play also.
So this 37.2, even though we've gone through preliminary exercises, this 37.2 on this paper for personnel expenses projected in the FY26 budget still includes
Yes, sir.
unoccupied positions.
Yes, sir.
And so that number of reduction was about $545,000 on line item 16 on
Yes,
the list
to the
up here.
general fund. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're still looking at a little over $2 million worth of,
Well, it's a
greater
little more
expense.
than that because the 545 was just the non-uniformed. We also would have had a number of uniformed personnel, and I think there's between police and fire, there's 14 on our list. That adds up to 1.2 million.
I guess let me frame the question a slightly different way. Because some of this exercise, as Andy said, is about being more structurally healthy and trying to look into 27 as well. What is that amount that you've seen over the last year, Eric, I suppose, from the personnel expense side? You know, what kind of increases have we seen on healthcare, insurance, workman's comp, this kind of stuff we can't control?
Sure. One of the things that Andy mentioned earlier, like I said, health insurance increases went up by 30%. So that's roughly about $2.5 million to all of the funds. If you back out 30% of that, roughly, it's just a rough number, to the general fund, that's about a $500,000 increase right there. Workers' comp similarly has gone up about $400,000. So if you did the same thing, I was doing that while he was mentioning workers' comp.
down 100,000.
Correct, yeah, $500,000, 500,000.
For health insurance hit to the
Correct,
general
to
fund.
the general fund.
And then you said workman's comp was
It'd be
similar?
probably about 150.
150.
Yep. And to your point, those are fixed costs that we don't have a lot of control over. We've seen a large increase in prescription costs. We've seen that we've had a couple of large claims due to transplants that really hit the plan. So those are the type of things that are negatively driving the need to increase our insurance premiums.
Thank you. So I mean, it's reasonable, given particularly what Mr. Dingman said about, you know, there not really being numerous new folks hired in 2025 as it relates to the general fund. I mean, it's something we have to be very cognizant of, that keeping the level of employees working funded out of the general fund, providing the services that we come to expect as a community, that there are going to be, it would be reasonable to be mindful of not insignificant fixed costs associated, adjusting upwards on an annual basis, or say every other year at the best, even if we want to maintain the same level of service that we currently provide.
Yeah, we've already projected into 27 and 28 what our health insurance costs are going to be. And we forecast, or at least Andy forecasts, I take credit for his
You can
work.
say we.
Yeah, you got a mouse in your pocket. But Andy's forecast and looking at double-digit increases potentially into the future as well, based off of just projecting the direction that things are going because of inflation, higher insurance, higher prescription costs, those type of things.
Okay.
The health plan was kind of had a similar experience to what we've been seeing in the general fund the past couple of years. As it had a healthy fund balance because we had good claim experience in the past, and we had built up funds, and so we had several years where we didn't raise insurance premiums, and at some point we even had some premium holidays to give back to the employees. Meanwhile, the claims each year were outpacing what we were collecting. So the health plan was in a similar situation the past 2 or 3 years, where there was an operating loss every year. It was eating in to the balance. And so all of a sudden, we're like, we're projecting this out. It's like, okay, now the claim spiked. So it compounded the issue. And now we're having to do this 30% increase all of a sudden to get back up and we didn't do it all at once. I mean, there's potentially, you might need more in the future
Are we
to get where our
providing-
claims and our premiums are coming in our level each year.
Are we providing the same level of coverage we always have? Because I was thinking that it was increased, especially the prescription drug benefits.
We have the same coverages today that we did for the last 2 or 3 years.
Well, I
3
know the
years
city
ago,
plan
we
is very generous because
think
it
there were
covers,
some-
it covers like Ozempic and things for
Mhm.
weight loss,
Yes.
whereas most healthcare plans don't. I wondered how much that contributed.
It does contribute a portion to the increase. Now, there are additional things that people benefit from having lower BMIs,
Sure.
that type of thing that help the plan long term. But yes, we do have, parameters to allow for those weight loss medications. And we actually have higher restrictions than what the most insurance companies have as far as those BMI restrictions.
I got a question on the workers' comp.
Mhm.
So usually workers' comp compared to the municipal league was real close. And now you're saying it's a $400,000 increase. Have we gone and looked at different options for workers' comp, municipal league, or other items and other companies to see if we can find a better rate of workers' comp?
We've gone through Philip Mary, and I know that they've gone and compared that when we renewed that. I believe AML was one of the ones they looked at, but I'd have to verify with them.
Is it a 3-year, or is it every year by year?
It's a year by year, and I'm going to bring it here in a few weeks, but our excess insurance actually is held flat for 26, which I was very, very surprised by, but I was glad to hear.
A $400,000 increase in workers' comp is kind of high.
And what that is the largest driver to that is honestly one claim that we've had that is driving those costs.
But that doesn't mean we should stay with somebody you can shop around if it's a year by year.
Right, yeah, because just like with health insurance, we are a self-funded workers' comp plan.
Thank you.
I mean, I think it just gets to what Andy was saying when he used the word structural. I mean, if structural challenge, if we didn't, and we didn't, add a whole gaggle of people working, funded at new positions, funded out of the general fund in 2025, in this year that we're approaching the end of, and we're projecting $3.6 million less dollars in revenue for 2026 than we collected in 2024, and the personnel and operating expenses are $3.5 million more projected in 2026 than at the end of 2024. That speaks to a structural challenge, as you were saying, Andy, because it's not like we did a hiring binge in 2025 that led to this imbalance between revenue and personnel related expenses out of the general fund. And so we have to think about it structurally. And I think the revenue questions that are both on the table and contemplated for the future are something that needs to be, we need to take seriously and mindfully if we wish the same level of service to be provided moving forward to the community across various departments.
If we agree that we do have a structural problem, how do you fix that?
Well, we either need to reduce the expenses or increase the revenues. I mean, and doing a mixture of both, as we've talked about to the best of our ability as described here, is how we fix that. I mean, we have to get to a point where, and I don't think, service delivery wise and the types of programs we want to do and the types of services we want to offer, I don't think we have too many employees really in any department for doing that. But I do think that we have more employees than we can afford based on our revenues. And so if we're looking at a structurally balanced budget, we have to reduce the thing that costs us the most, which is the number of employees.
will reducing the number of employees, what impact will that have on the services that are expected?
It could potentially have an impact. And I mean, that's, focusing on vacant positions is one thing. We typically have a number of vacant positions. And so even if we reduce the staffing levels, there will still be a number of vacant positions that we have year over year. But I think that we have to get to a point where the dollars that we allocate for personnel, for operating, those ongoing costs are fit within the revenues that we project to have. And like I said, with limited options for increasing revenues in the general fund, then we have to take it as it is. I mean, there's, like I said, there's a few items that we can do to impact revenues on the general fund. And you've seen, I mean, aside from the transfer, the $1 million transfer from solid waste to backstop animal control, I mean, the things that we can do are relatively small in terms of impact to the overall revenues. And so that just underlines the fact that we need to reduce our expenses to meet those revenues.
Thank you.
Because I think based on what has been brought up about healthcare and insurance, the part that's the part that's concerning is that, say we do most, if not all, of what's proposed here, you get a little ahead, 242, and I'm not belittling that at all. But then if you move forward the next year and the year after, there's still going to be capital equipment requests that the employees are going to need, that are going to require resource. And even if you kept employment levels flat, we heard the projections around $500,000, greater insurance needs. So then the surplus that you were able to get to of 242,000, even if you kept the number of employees the same moving forward into the next year or two, then where are your cuts coming in to account for the $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 that are coming back to you for health and insurance that are projected based on the same number of people working? And so that's what's the challenge around just doing this on the demand side versus the supply side is you cut, and you have a good list here, what's the list for 2027? What's the list for 2028 that are, when you know that there are health and insurance costs that are coming for you, that you have no control over whatsoever. And I just wanted to really illustrate a bit more some of the numbers on that personnel
Is
side.
there ability to perhaps putting more meat to the bone here? You could, this 10% reduction chart that what I had gathered in budget talks with them, when you talk about 10% 10% of non-uniform in programs with 10 or more employees.
Was that shared with everybody?
I don't know. Okay. I asked for it and I got it. So
This represents item 12 up there.
One of the line items.
It's line item.
yeah, but what it represents
note,
is, so it will represent a total of 78 employees. So I mean, maybe it's not down this complete list. You look at some of this doesn't feel doable, but some might be. Like building and safety, I don't know. That's 2 people. It's 2.5 or 2.25 to city administration, 2.25 to district court. Some of that district court might be hard. You start looking at the list of where the numbers, when you finally see what that looks like. And potentially, if you needed more, maybe instead of such a drastic thing, perhaps there's a more measured.
I think another approach that we've talked about in terms of what happens in those subsequent years, because you're right, even if we reduce the number of employees, the cost for those employees that we still have will still continue to increase to some of the degrees you're talking of. And so we have talked also, in addition to these, having a determination of where we want our head counts to be. And so even if with the employees that we have remaining, set staffing goals for each department to where when they work through attrition and they get down to that number, that's where they stay. I mean, I don't anticipate laying those people off. I mean, that's a lot of what you talked, and that's why I didn't put yes on that line item, because I don't want to lay a number of people off. But we could build our budget, our staffing levels to where when that attrition happens, we can let it deplete our staffing level to a goal that we set for each department.
Well, also it's expensive to lay people off.
It certainly
there's
is.
a big cost to that. So I think I'm glad that you brought us the 57 positions we can eliminate through attrition. I think we need to look at that, and that's a cost savings on down the road as well. But the idea that we just need to lay people off, I don't think that's something we should be considering right at this time.
I agree.
So just real quick, is line 12, does that take all positions that are currently open and freeze them and then
Reduce.
and then gets us to we let attrition take its course and we don't fill those positions?
Correct. Yeah, that math includes vacant positions as well as what would be filled positions.
Not
so-
line 12. Were you asking about line 12?
I was asking for line 12.
Yeah, no, those are
That's
filled
just a straight cut.
positions.
That's a straight cut.
Yeah, that's a
Now,
straight.
you could also look at doing that over time through attrition.
Right.
So what Jeff was talking about of setting a par level of, I'll pick on the Human Resources Department instead of anyone else behind me. Set the level at 10 instead of, set the level at 10 personnel instead of 11, which is what's budgeted. And so it would be up to the department through attrition when time goes by to make that decision on what that looks like and not actively trying to lay someone
Would you
off.
say that's the most cost-effective way to shrink?
That is a long-term solution. That is a 2 to 3+ year process whenever you go through attrition.
Well, I think that speaks to what Director Rigo was talking about when we're looking at 27, 28.
So currently 16 is what I was talking about. That's reducing vacant positions. That's any open position, we don't fill it.
Correct, yes. That would be eliminating 57 vacant positions across the organization.
Okay.
And that accounts for $545,000, basically
general fund,
546
though.
of
It,
general
re-
fund.
it really applies to 16, 17, and 18.
And that included the healthcare, correct, Eric?
Correct, yes. That math includes health insurance, workers' comp, FICA, that type of thing.
And another point to make on that, when I was asking them about it too, that was sort of show out was for us to talk about the 545,000 vacant. The reason why I think that's such a good move is if you were to try to going through looking at it a different way, you don't really gain dollar for dollar back because we have a lower healthcare cost for filled positions than vacant positions. Is that correct? It was like we have to budget the full amount because we don't know what the actual cost was going to be.
Right, and that's one thing we've always done that we've been discussing through this budgetary process is where do we need to set that number? We have always set it as the worst case scenario. What is the most expensive scenario that a new employee can start with the city and what it would cost the city for that? And so that's full family coverage at the $2,000 deductible, full family dental, full family vision, all of those type of things. And do we look at maybe reducing that to a $1,250 rate or our middle ground rate so that we're not budgeting quite so much? Because I can't remember.
Because it's also based on 12 months for that position filled.
Correct,
I mean,
yes. Yeah,
not
that's
6 months.
right.
Okay. Any other questions for?
HR.
So we could potentially do a combination of 16 where we're not filling any positions, and then 12 where we, as positions come available, we don't fill them.
You definitely could. Yeah, I mean, that would be it.
Like we're not necessarily saying make a cut, but we're saying as attrition happens, just don't fill the spot.
Yeah. So to Jeff and Andy's point from earlier, so you set a level and say, HR, you now operate with 10 personnel.
What is our, I don't know the term, it's not a vacancy rate, but what's the
Turnover rate? Yeah. It usually between 18 and 22%. We lose probably about 150 to 200 people per year through turnover.
Okay.
And so the challenge becomes, are you losing those people where you need them?
Right.
If we're losing them in water plants, that's a problem as opposed to ancillary functions.
Right, and I think we have to look at that as well. Sure. You know, we've got some strategic priorities around certain things. Well, if we lose somebody at the water treatment plant,
Gotta
you
fill
gotta
that.
fill it,
Gotta
right.
fill that, right.
But if we lose somebody somewhere else, I don't want to, identify where that would be. But if we lose somebody somewhere else, can we afford it?
Right, and I think that's the discussion point is, and something to work with administration on, setting those levels of saying, okay, this is the new number going forward. Work with the departments to set that for future years to work toward those
I
numbers.
mean, it'll help us in 26, but it'll also help us in 27, 28.
Right.
From a budgeting standpoint.
But what was police smart balls apart? Yeah, up as far as number positions, 8.
Yeah, eight positions. I believe was the number in.
It's on
Correct.
17.
Yeah. Well, those are vacant positions, but yes.
I'm sorry?
Those are vacant positions. There's no one in that position today. There's no,
It won't be filled.
correct,
There's 8 of them.
correct.
And what about the airport?
I mean,
Is
that's,
that part of ours? That's part of ours.
that,
Our police officers cover the airport shift. and-
Police officer there.
Yeah, well, there has to be a law enforcement officer, yes. It doesn't necessarily have to be funded or provided by the city, but that's the way it's been.
so that would provide a handful of personnel that are currently working out there that could be reallocated somewhere else by the department for sure, if that's what you're
So
asking.
what agreement you cut on step rate?
Agreement about what?
Step rate?
Yeah, that's still, they'll still receive their, based on everything Jeff has, they'll still receive their step raises.
But no pay.
The pay structure would remain as it is, yes, and anyone that's due a step increase would receive their step increase.
But the pay raises. I understood here that the chief wanted a 10% pay raise.
Correct, yes, you want an increase to the cost structure. That's not included in any of this.
And okay, was just how much will that save by not doing the 10%? Just ballpark there.
What is the step increase? 2.5%?
It's between 2.5% and 5%, depending on department.
Okay.
I believe it's about $1.5 million. I'd have to, Danny, do you know the number off the top of your head? 1.4.
But I'm not doing the 10% pay for pay.
Correct, yes.
Is that in our, that 1.4 million is not in there?
That is correct. That math is not included.
Only the step
anywhere.
raises are included, not any additional raises over the steps.
So what does administration need from us as a board based on this discussion?
Well, to identify, starting with the list that I've got here, going through the list and identifying which ones that we're going to do or not do.
16, I'm good with.
I did have one more question about this. So obviously, Andy, to your point about structural challenges.
Stop. Please stop.
Because to me, when I hear a term like structural challenges, I think about like a house. And if you've got a good revenue stream and you got money coming in, but you're just spending a ton of money on paint, you're just repainting rooms in your house a bunch. That's not a structural problem because you can stop, you've got revenue coming in, you're not spending more than you have, you can just stop spending as much money on paint. Structural problem is, there's a crack in my foundation or a sinkhole's opened up under my house and this is existential. I have to address this. So these exercises here that we've talked about answer the Excel challenge for this year, barely. And I don't say that pejoratively.
Sure.
$242,000 to the plus. Yeah. Does doing all these help the structural problem for 2027 and 2028? Or if you do this, is it just going to be, we're probably right barely there?
As we've gone through this exercise and different ideas were proposed, that was the question that I kept bringing up and thinking about. Okay, what kind of reduction is this? Is this we're not going to do this year, but maybe next year? And I kept reminding all of us, we need forever cuts. Things that are not going to be in this budget this year, next year. If you're thinking, I won't do this we were gonna do X, Y, and Z this year. We just won't do it this year. That's not the kind of cut we need. That's not the kind of cut that fixes a structural budget problem. It's the one that says we're going to eliminate 8 positions and we're not going to have to pay those people. And because, presumably sales tax is going to grow, we're going to get some growth. But so you're seeing it doesn't get any cheaper. It just keeps getting, the expense is going to grow. So by making things, cutting things that are going to be cut out each year, recurring. That's what with all these things I see in here are what I was coining forever cuts.
Okay, so
Until conditions change, but to structurally balance, that's what we need.
Right,
to
and
do.
that point that Andy just made, I mean, we talked about that even with some of the department heads. These are perpetual cuts. They are permanent cuts to these positions until such time as we can justify the revenues are increasing to where we need to increase them again. I mean, in that sense, they're not permanent. They could be restored, 2, 3, 5, 10 years down the road when revenues support that. But for this discussion and for at least next year and the year following, we're considering them permanent cuts.
Director Rigo, do you ask that in the spirit of you want to say yes to other items on here that have been said no?
I mean, perhaps it's just more this notion that I think the fuller realization that we can have around the idea that the twin ideas that there are huge personnel costs that are going to continue to be huge and that are a healthily majority driven by the public safety functions that are funded out of the general fund, that we have got a revenue challenge on the side of, in addition to some extent, spending challenges, but there's a revenue challenge. And if you talk about a forever cut to, let's just say, fire department, that says, and there's a yes next to it, that says reduce one engine company. So that would say to us that the math says, hey, keep your ears open. You guys cannot be in the business of funding an additional engine company and 6 fire department positions right now because of the structural challenges that we have. And if the situation were to change, if revenues were to go back up, anything that we're thinking of as a forever cut, I think without a real clear sustainable revenue path, you'd have to be very thoughtful about reintroducing into the equation. And so I just think we've talked a lot on the expense reduction side. I don't think we've talked commensurately about the ways, either presented or unpresented, that we would like to see more revenue come into the community. Because if 60+% of general fund spending, as was indicated in some slides early on, is driven by the public safety functions of this community, those are all public safety functions that all of us want. We want to have the best fire department, the highest, best police department, the highest staff police department, the best fire department, the highest staff fire department, the fire department that keeps the qualifications that keep our property taxes low, the police levels that the experts tell us they need to keep us safe. There are costs with that I just don't think that I don't think it's understood, not necessarily by us, but in general, the genuine revenue needs that exist to provide the public service function that our community has grown accustomed to and that we all want. And so I think whatever we do over the next 6 weeks for the next 12 months, we need to start having really meaningful conversations about how our public safety needs are funded in general across the board, what additional revenues, yes, to include types of taxation that might be required to provide sustainably the public safety needs that we have in this community. Because, I mean, we've reached a point where our chief financial officer is saying forever or for the very foreseeable future is sitting behind a recommendation that says there's 8 police positions you can't afford and there's 6 fire department positions you can't afford, including 1 engine company. And I'm not being critical, I'm just saying we need to be really cognizant of all that.
Right, and if I might just speak to that a little bit, the revenue sources we've identified are, like I said, are relatively small. And, the fact that our general fund expenses are largely driven by public safety functions. And just to reiterate the points you just made, those are important functions for all of us. There does exist, and we haven't put this really in the mix because it is there does exist the potential, technical potential, whether it's politically feasible or, the community could stand it or not. That's another thing. But there does exist, we have another sales tax penny that's available to us. The state law provides up to 3% local sales tax. We've enacted 2% local sales tax. That additional percentage, we could either ask the voters to approve a portion or whatever of it for public safety functions. Now, we saw not long ago in October meetings when we reauthorized our annual property tax millage. Well, those mills, as we all recognize then, are capped by the Constitution. We can't increase property tax ad valorem tax millage. The mechanism that is available to us as a local government in terms of addressing fluctuating revenue needs over a period of time is the sales tax mechanism. That is what is afforded to us to be able to set for ourselves in terms of meeting our revenue objectives for the services we want to provide. Now, that, like I said, that does require a vote of the people, however that means. But the revenue that it could generate to do and I know we're already using that. We're already using an 8 cent for police and an 8 cent for the fire department and for parks also. But for public safety functions, those dollars are significant. If we didn't have those dollars in play here for things like fire apparatus and capital needs and salaries for the police department, we would have a bigger problem here today. And so because we've been able to make use of those, the community has authorized us to make use of sales tax to fund those functions. That has relieved some of this burden. The opportunity does exist to ask for additional relief from sales tax. Not that I'm advocating at this point, I'm just saying technically that is available.
Thank you, Director Christina Casavage.
I think we're hearing two different things because what I'm hearing from our finance director is that we need to cut spending. So, Andy, I'm wondering if you can speak to this. Are you seeing more that we need to cut spending or that we need to add additional taxes?
It's one or the other. It's what
Probably both.
Probably both. We got to do one or the other or both. Are we at to the point where,
Well, to me, we should always err on the side of cutting spending.
right, and that's what our lean is to do, and that's what we don't. Obviously the sales tax rate increase that would cost, that requires a vote of the public. So,
I
but
guess
this
my-
is what we can do in the meantime to right size.
My
the budget.
question to my other directors is, I feel like we have a spending problem. Does anyone else share an agreement with me on that?
I do.
Well, I definitely do. I know we're talking about all these cuts and how drastic they feel, but let's be reminded that it still includes $1,661,000 in pay raises for existing personnel. So, we're not, out of the general fund, those raises. So, it's not like this list is crazy. The only thing I think seems that maybe the kickback is on the Miss Laura's house, and I don't know the sentiment around the table. I was for these cuts as they're proposed, at least at the minimum, because to go from $4.8 million to a surplus of 242 makes sense. If you kick back out or adjust item 15, you're only going to be $22,000 positive. But it's not obviously, I think the long-term solution is us at least starting with this. And then in the future, maybe next year pay raises are not a possibility. I don't know. Or we see where the personnel and how things moved around, and was it able to do what we thought you could do there? Was it in the appropriate places, or did it, gosh darn it, it hit us in the place we can't do that with? But for me, and as far as, that's why I was asking what administration needs, I'm for this sheet. Obviously, if we need to make an adjustment on some of it, so be it. But I mean, it still includes pay raises.
Yeah, so I want to speak to what you're talking about, Director Savitz, about do we have a spending problem? Want to remind my fellow board members, and I know everyone listening, a lot of the spending we do is not just for the sake of spending dollars. These are initiatives that, our taxpayers want. I'll give you a couple of examples. We're talking about not spending more, but that's exactly what we're doing when we talk about continuing our efforts with Ms. Lawrence. That's exactly what we do when we talk about other initiatives, particularly when it comes to either homelessness, pets, parks. These are initiatives that our taxpayers want to spend their tax dollars on, that they see value in. So it's not like we're just spending money to be carelessly spending money.
Well, I don't disagree with that. To me, it's more of the empire building, all the property we've bought. Because we've bought, over the past few years I've been here, we bought a lot of property. I mean, millions and millions of dollars worth.
Yes.
That's where I'm coming from.
Okay, and I definitely can get that, but from a guy who's been on the board for a number of years, that has been a goal from the board. Do we continue to spend money on renting properties or owning these properties where we invest? And of course, we can change our view or what we want to do with that, owning more or getting rid of more. But again, that's all been board approved over the years.
Very good. Commissioner Neil Martin, I think you were next in.
Yeah, so I think really the key thing lies not necessarily in what's in this book, but it's going back to our proposed budget in 24. That's really where this lies. So if you compare the budget, not the actuals, but if you compare the budget of 24 with the budget of 26, you see a 13% increase in policy and administration, a 28% increase in management services, which equates to $1.1 million. Development services, 16%, 5% increase in police, 16% increase in fire, 21% increase in operation services. That total increase of 24 budget and 26 budget is $6.5 million. If we could get back to that 25 budget, or the 24 budget, not the actuals, the 24 budget, we solve our problems and we have money left over for capital, whatever we need. So I would encourage folks to, and that's just on the general fund side. But that 24 budget was the last, we ended up actually going into actuals went negative, and then 25 actuals are negative again. But that 24 budget is good. And if we can get back there, we're back on solid ground with money to spend on the capital side.
What were the big differences there? Do you happen to know?
It was $420,000 for policy and admin, $1.1 million for management services, $307,000 for development services, $940,000 for police, $2.2 million for fire, $1.5 million for operation services, and then non-departmental was actually less this in 26 than 2024.
And this is not to be argumentative, but the largest numbers you just said were around $3 million for police and fire.
Percentage wise, those are the two smallest ones.
But the dollars is what matters, not the percentages. If you're talking about going back to 2024, should there be $3 million less dollars spent on the budgeted to be spent on the public safety component of this city for 2026 as opposed to what we budgeted in 2024?
Maybe not. You can look at the growth of general government in our audit from 24. General government in 2015 was 126. It's 174 as of the end of 24. Police has grown by 5. Firefighters have grown by 1.
You're saying percentages?
No, I'm numbers of staff. So I
So
look,
there's
what I really
costs.
looked at is policy and admin, management services, and development services. Those are areas that we can get some dollars back if we get back to right sizing where we were in 24.
I want to speak just, and again, not being argumentative about how we spend it and when we do it. You know, setting a budget is one thing, but as the year goes through and we hear from our citizens that we need this, we need that, we need, you know, additional police downtown, we need downtown liaison, whatever the need is, you know, we address that, and we have to use the budget process to fill those positions from what we are hearing from our citizens. So when people come and talk to us about what they need, what they want us to do, of course, staff, great example, Chief Baker will come to us and talk to us about, you know, what this extra position is going to cost and what it will do addressing this community need. Those are the things that we combat when we're talking about setting a budget. And we can set a budget just to maintain a budget, which is great, and we should. But what happens when those needs occur? Do we not address those needs? Do we just stay right where we are and not continue to grow? You're talking about where we are right now, 2025 and 26 compared to where we were 2024. Well, look at the amount of services we provide, you know, the community from the police department. Look at all of the extra things that police officers do other than just drive around in patrol cars and give tickets and our investigation. And we do so much more community efforts now. And that's been a plus. You know, that drives down crime. It builds confidence in the community and the police department. So what do? Not grow? Do we not supply those needs when we are addressed with them?
Well, I think we need to, I do think we need to look at them. You know, I looked at a couple things on the management. I mean, management services has risen quite a bit. That's IT, that's HR, that's, you know, a bunch of different things. You know, you can start looking at some line items in various things. I looked at something specifically in IT that was hardware replacement. That was about 420,000, I think. You know, you start looking at those and looking at what is that. Those are PC replacements and things like that. You know, you start looking at what is our replacement strategy? Are we if we've got you know, $420,000 and we've got 1,000 people that work for us, are you on a 5-year cycle or on a 4-year cycle? Are you on a 3-year cycle for replacing equipment? And that's just one thing I think we look at, but I think that growth of the non-public facing things of the city that's what's grown more than police and fire and sanitation, and we all know water and sewer, but those things are things that we have to have. It's kind of this general government. That's where we've grown. That's just not seen by nobody knows what kind of computer you have or how many monitors you have. And they probably don't really care much. They want him to be able to do his job, but I think you look at that, and that's where I see growth that we can potentially pull back.
And I don't disagree with that, but I think at least some of those increases to management services or policy and admin, at least some of those have to do with reallocation for how we're structuring the budget in terms of trying to socialize all of the software licenses in IT and all of the equipment placement.
Believe me, that made it difficult to kind of look through here.
Yes.
So that's some of the challenges associated with it. But you know, I think we can look at through some of this stuff, and if we get parameters around it, I think we can get there.
So I guess I have a statement and then a different way into the question. I mean, in what Director Kemp's asking about in an attempt, and I appreciate it, to move us forward. I mean, I think I would be in support of virtually all of the expense reductions proposed up there. There's a handful that I would, pull out probably for more information or separate consideration. But if you look at the revenues over expenses projected, non-capital, $4,846,704. The question for Andy is, how much of that $4.8 million reflects actual spending that is occurring now and that we expect to occur carried over into 2026, budgeted for 2026, versus what is vacant that has been budgeted for that were contemplated rolling back? Because I'd like to know the actual representation of how much further, how over we are year to year on what we're actually currently spending money on now. Because it's one thing to say, oh yeah, we've got the budget money set aside for this vacant so-and-so position, and you should pull those things back in. But that doesn't represent a spending problem. We're not actually spending that money. I mean, I'd like to know how much of the 4.8 is made up of
About 450.
vacant, unoccupied.
Eric?
That about eight,
Yeah.
about eight.
But that it can't be that low, because in these exercises the exercise you put in front of us, you talk about reduce vacant non-uniform positions, $545,000. Reduce vacant police department positions, $670,000. Reduce vacant fire department positions, $629,000. Reduce budget vacancies in medical insurance, reduce those, $37,000. Like, how much over our revenue that's coming in is actually money that we're currently spending, not just what we're budgeting for vacant things, and those things should be pulled back. I mean, the number that we're actually spending, to the question of spending, is not $4 million over what we collect to operate on a day-to-day basis. We're setting aside.
Well, look what we're doing
money.
for 25. I mean, it's a similar, the 25 projected is assuming an actual realization for the rest of the year, but it's based upon filled positions and not open. So look at 25 numbers.
Which
3.6, yeah.
With the 3.6
Yep.
Loss, but you're looking like a personnel cost, 36.4 million compared to 37.2. But then you also factor in the fact there's about $1 million in salaries from the communications group that's not in 47 the general fund in 26. So there's that's more of an indicator. There's step raises in there. So I don't think the vacancy hit, unless the 450
545.
is non-uniform.
545 is.
Five.
Or just, there you go. Yeah, 545. And so I think to answer your question, I think the numbers that are being proposed to be cut from the general fund, that's what that is those vacant positions that exist. And so if you were to pull that out, that's what that math would be.
So you'd basically pull $545,000 out of this 37,207.
Yeah. Is it right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, all right. Airport, the vacant police, fire, the same way, right? Yes. So that's actually.
Okay. Director Settle.
My question to Jeff and Andy and Eric is, when you factor in the positions that you potentially are going to cut, did you factor in the overtime that somebody might want to have to take that position back? So if you're going to refill back with overtime options, I know in the past, and Director Good probably can speak to us, before some of y'all here, we had a policy, we were trying to reduce overtime. So we put more people in to reduce the overtime. The question is by doing this, are we going to create more overtime? And is that what maybe those departments want, or some people want, is overtime? Because with overtime, you don't have to worry about the benefit side. You got other things, the fixed costs that are already there. So that's my question is, did you factor in the overtime cost that's going to be put back into here? So you're going to save X for whatever, but then there's going to be an overtime to fill those spots, because some of those spots you I have to refill.
I'd say in these numbers, we've not contemplated.
I think
overtime.
I think maybe that's some of your discussions is what's the overtime cost, because sometimes people want overtime. And sometimes it is cheaper to have overtime than it is to have people, but sometimes it's not. And so those are the calculations and equations that you need to be doing. Is, you know, if you have a position A that you're going to say we're going to do with overtime, then what's the overtime cost versus the fixed cost, and see what it is.
Director Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, coming back to the spirit of this, I appreciate the forward looking and thinking through that. But what I want to do is continue to ride the roller coaster of, what I like right here is this will allow us to hopefully enter fiscal year 26 and not have to have a $4.2 million budget cut when we had to do that in the middle of the year and different things of that nature. And it allows us to put the priorities, number one, in a balance. And then as the revenue comes, hopefully, we see that we do better than even we thought we would do. And I think it's administration's job. I think we should be tasking them as a policy level, and I think they're catching this. If we want them to hit these certain targets, I think it's our job to put that onus on them doing the day-to-day operations and then show us how they did it. And I think that's good. But this right here is a balanced budget. So I come back to, again, what are we after today? I mean, I know we have other budgets we'll need to look at, but I mean, do we want to, is there, to my colleagues, are there ones that you want to pull out that Jeff said yes to, that you would say I would want to pull out or add to?
15, Miss Laura's.
You want to pull it out or just reduce?
Well, I just think there was significant enough difference on that for that to be considered
It's
separate.
a yes here. He's got it as a yes here.
Mhm.
So that means include it in the budget.
No. Yes means make those cuts.
They only asked for 220,000, not 268. They proposed budget cuts.
Yes.
So you're saying that, are there other colleagues that want to pull other numbers?
Jeff, is that correct? That yes up there means yes, go ahead and cut that number? Okay.
Is there any other item you'd like to pull?
Well, I mean, I think we need to look at 12 and not necessarily as a cut, but let attrition take its course.
I did have questions about the internal audit cuts.
Is anybody on the same page with that one?
But that comes back to, if we let the administration know that's what we're looking for, I mean, I don't think we won't be able to catch it nearly as quick as they can on the day-to-day.
Right.
So,
But I mean, I think we've got to.
But what 12 represents, if you changed a no to a yes on 12, Jeff, is cutting employees currently employed right now.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not on here, make it 12A. As attrition happens, don't fill the spot.
Yes, I follow that.
Does anybody have any issues with that?
No?
I think that would put on us like I said earlier, establishing staffing levels that we want and targets that we want to hit for each department. And, you know, they may be overstaffed based on that number for a year, 2 years, whatever it takes for attrition to work. But once it gets down to that level, that's where they stay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to recommend that we break for lunch. It's been here for a while and we don't want it to get cold on you. And we will take 45 minutes.
Yeah, but I talked to them, and this is.
Why don't we go ahead and reconvene? Mr. Dingman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So we talked so far, concentrating on the general fund. I'd like to move towards discussion on the other three funds, which I anticipate having the same sort of discussion.
Jeff, before we go there, I'd like the final tie on the general fund.
I'm sorry?
I want to have one last thing on the general fund discussion. So a lot of discussion was based on 24 actuals, 28.6 budget and the personnel areas. I'd like the board, you guys to come back to us with a detailed description of why the funds changed from 24 to 26. What caused policy administration to go up 214,000, management service go up 540, operations service go up $1 million? Tell us in detail why those things happened. Not today.
You won the actuals of 24, not the budget of 24.
24 actuals to 26 budget. What caused those increases? Was it overtime? Was it wages? Was it blank, blank, blank? Bring that to the board in a very detailed description. The other thing is, was briefly brought up for a second, but the lofty contributions for the old plan has been a very topic in this board. Come back and show us where we were in 2015 all the way to today, and what do we think that fund's going to be going forward? Because that is a lot of money for the old plan that discontinued in 1982. Don't need discussion today. Bring it up, and we need some information on that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Second? You need a second?
We're good. Okay, I think he's got it.
That would obey the part.
Okay, so starting with the streets maintenance fund, the projected revenue for the street maintenance fund is $10,966,500. The proposed operating expenses from the street maintenance fund is $11,454,966, which produces an operating deficit of $488,466. Adding to that, if we leave in the non-uniform pay increase, the 2.5%, that is an additional $107,706 for a revised deficit and then a target for cutting of $596,172. The amount that I'm showing here, as Andy mentioned earlier, the health of the street maintenance fund and the 50% fund balance, recognizing that a deficit budget is still a deficit budget that eats into that. But I have included in the reductions part of the 57 positions that we spoke of earlier in context of the general fund discussion. Part of those employees are, those vacant positions are in the street maintenance fund. So that amounts to the 227,791. And then I also assigned a 5% unspecified operating expense reduction. It does result in still an operating budget deficit of 241,746. And I left their capital adjustment alone. So for the most part.
41s.
Jeff, this has got 50% fund, but this is the gas tax, right?
Yes.
And this has got a 50% fund balance.
Yes.
So we have policies that say, once you get a certain policy numbers, you got to spend down.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing. Like we've done in previous years when we were at 70 and 80%, we're just spending down 100% the fund balance.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions on that?
Well, I mean, again, since this one, even with your, cuts proposed here of, $354,000, there's still a deficit contemplated. So again, I think it would just be worthwhile highlighting for us, what goes into the operating, expense being, $1.4 million or so over what's projected to come in. Again, similar to Director Sell's question a little bit ago, conversations we had earlier, are there fixed costs to this? Did we add people? Because it's one of these things where if you look, and this is, a simple one fund, if you look and say, oh, geez, we're going to be bringing in less than we're projecting from the year before, why or how are the personnel costs $1 million more?
I think one thing that's kind of unique to the street maintenance fund is included in the operating section and not capital is the capital maintenance of the streets and sidewalk construction. And so that kind of lends itself to spend those funds down.
In the operating side.
It's, you know, and it's so, even though accounting wise, it qualifies as operating, it's more of kind of a capital maintenance type of expenditure. That's where a large amount of their dollars is spent versus just straight up salaries and you know, things. There's a lot of materials and that type of stuff that goes into it as well. So
Even on the personnel side, though, I recognize that, I mean, the point that you're making, the difference between the 24 actuals and the 26 budget, I do think a lot of that is in what we actually paid employees that were in the spots at that point and not vacancies. That's why 24 numbers are, but to the same similar point has been made, I think we'll quantify that for you.
Yeah, because in actuality, you know, at the end of 24 versus what we're projecting for 26, the revenue expected is essentially the same. We're very, very close. But there's a $1.3 million or so excess expense swing. And so again, just a little bit more, you know, narratively or pulled out what goes into that. And of course, with a 50% fund balance, you know, the situation is a lot healthier in this bucket than what we spent before lunch talking about. But to your point earlier, Andy, about structural nature, I mean, this is probably another one where we'd want to catch this earlier on in the process so that we don't go 3 or 4 years living with a difference like that, pulling out of the balance, et cetera. So a little bit more context about the change there. Indeed, because we're projected to even end this year with a $553,000 in to the plus. And so looking into 26, how are we, you know, 500,000 under on the projection? So just a little more context on that would probably be helpful.
understood.
I'll bring it up because something you said. Gas 2 years ago was a lot higher than it is today. So the gas tax will start coming down. Have we factored that into the 26 and 27 discussion compared to we were in 24 or 23 because the gas prices are coming down. And so if the gas prices are coming down, the amount of tax you're going to generate will be less.
You know,
I mean, the turn back numbers, I don't know how they correlate to the price, the actual gas tax on the price of fuel. But it's distributed through a formula by the state.
Yep.
And AML actually gives us the rates to use to project.
I just didn't know if that's been, we thought about that as we project 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neil, which question?
Gas tax is not going to change, right? It is what it is.
But the amount, but the,
Wouldn't that lead
but the
to
cost,
increased usage of gasoline where that would
but
go up?
Well, the tax is usually a percentage of the gross sale, right?
I thought it was a set
per gallon,
Yeah,
I think it's,
I thought it was X cents.
I think he's right.
yeah, maybe.
So that would have the opposite though. It's like as it goes down, the more dollars we would get.
If more usage would be.
Yeah, but I think we got to, I guess,
Clarify
understand that. We got to clarify.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke it. Okay.
Any other questions or comments on the street maintenance fund?
Good. Next.
Okay, similar discussion on the water and sewer fund. The projected 26 revenues, 71,032,006. The projected operating expenses, 73,951,526, which proposes an operating deficit of 2,919,520. So then addressing also additional expenses to consider with non-uniform pay increases, that adds 469,092 to that number. So the revised deficit number to target is 3,388,612. The total amount that I've identified in terms of operating expense reductions, the reduction again in the 57 vacancies we spoke about earlier. These are non-uniform positions, but the reduction of the portion attributed to water and sewer fund is 1,955,934. And then a 5% reduction to the various operating programs from the water and sewer fund. And so that did target when I initially did this, it targeted the 2,919,934 in reductions. And so the operating deficit then lies in the non-uniform pay increase amount.
Isn't this one, Mayor? It seems like there's a little less specificity for expense reductions as opposed to the page we saw on the general fund. And so, that comment has not meant anything by that comment other than, so you've got 5% targeted across these different lines, and it leaves us still underwater by near $500,000. Why not 7% or 8%? I think it's very important to make this number balanced.
Yes, I mean, certainly could. And frankly, I did those reductions before I added in the impact of what the pay increase would be. And so I did that initially, but then I needed, so certainly can adjust that so that it hits the 468.
Jeff, when you look at the budget comparison summary we've got for water and sewer, same thing happened here we did in the general fund. Actuals in 24 to budget 26, personnel jumped over 4.7 million almost.
Mm-hmm.
Operations went up a little bit, almost 4.7, so 4.5 maybe million.
Yeah.
Same thing. Can we get a detail of why those increased by each of those line items, where it hit us at? Because I see operations and services operating went from 39.6 to 43.5.
We had 305 positions last year. We're in 24.
Yeah, I mean, this budget has been adjusted and redistributed a little bit.
I mean, we didn't hire that many more staff.
But also it does account, I mean, it's almost $2 million in vacant positions currently that we are budgeting 100%.
I get to what you're talking about, but okay, take the 2 million out, but where's the rest? So I just want to know, why did it go from 21.7 to 26.4? Why did it go from 42.8 to 47.34? Kind of like I asked for the general fund detailed items. Where we see increases? Insurance? Is it wages? Is it operations? Is it cost of chemicals? What is it that's hurting that?
Yeah, and I think, Dirk Siddle, if I may, to that question that we've had across a few different buckets now, when you prepare that for us, and indeed for anyone, not just it's these 6 line items, add them up. No, a little bit of the why or the justification, if you will.
Yep. So in terms of with these changes here, getting us with an operational deficit of 468, how does that compare to, or how does that get us, or where does that put us on our debt service coverage ratio? Can you do that math quickly, or is that something that requires a little bit of review?
I could do it quickly.
Okay. Because really that's the key. So we're still operating, we're budgeting a $500,000 deficit. I think that gives us a little wiggle room.
But with the bonds we just issued, we do not need to have any issues with the debt coverage.
Right.
At all.
It's up to that number, 468, some right?
468, 678.
It's 98% coverage compared to like in 24 when we had an actual 114% final coverage in the audit. This set of numbers would calculate 100% debt service coverage. So using the 468 deficit in 26, I calculate 98% coverage. So it's not far off from, but the difference is this $2 million from 24 was in addition to the actual operating fund. It was the investment income that we got to recognize that we brought in. So how much of that am I going to be able to bring in another $2 million?
So,
And 26 is a little bit of a concern. So
we've got to hit 110.
that's right.
Well, if not exceeding it, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I mean, minimum, the floor is 110.
Yeah.
So we're 12% off of it.
Yeah.
are you telling me there's $2 million in vacant positions budgeted?
Yeah.
Did y'all do the same thing we did on the general fund? Like you say everything is at 95% full versus, I mean, I got the vacant positions, but is that are you saying everything's full for the year at the highest insurance, or did you go back and recalculate for water and sewer?
We haven't extended that.
Yeah, really, I think that's something we should be doing because here we are trying to make a decision and we should have that as an impact.
I mean,
Because that's going to impact at 98%.
It will.
I guess here's my concern. You know, as we got closer and closer to ending 24, and we were okay, we're gonna make it. We made it. You know, we had our $4.2 million worth of cuts, and we were like 112% or something like. I can't remember where we ended up. Well, we ended up over that 110% threshold. Then in 26 or 25, when we got our third quarter numbers, we were at 135% debt service coverage ratio, which is really good. That's like that's ideal where we want to be. So how do we go from, how do we get to where we're not thinking in our heads, oh my gosh, how do we get this additional 12% to budgeting ourselves in such a way where we don't have to worry about debt service coverage ratio?
Well, I mean, at the rate we're going, the revenues are just barely providing enough to cover operating and debt service costs.
Well, I mean,
They need to be providing an additional amount to cover future capital or future debt. I mean,
we've got them higher than what I would say higher than we've ever had them, and because we just did a water rate increase and we just did a sewer rate increase, so that gets those revenue. And $71 million, I don't believe is a. I mean, that's just naturally you're going to get. I think you're going to get more revenue, especially when you do rate increases. So we're at a very high revenue, yet we're still at 98%. Like I would have expected that to. I would have expected to be at 98% and trying to play around with how do we get to 110. I would expected, okay, we got that rate gave us the cushion that we need. And, you know, if expenses rise over the next few years, we could kind of play around with that. But I would expect it to be budgeting at a 98% versus, you know, I figured we'd be 115, 120, those kinds. Does that make sense?
And if you go back to that spreadsheet, you had to show the 98%.
I thought so too, because we cut out that, I think last year we budgeted $1.5 million for the credit card fees we were covering. We're not doing that anymore.
Right.
And what does that 468 number got to be to get that to 110? Can you use the goal seek function, or can you?
it's got to be. You got to add another $2.4 million.
So if you make that $2 million up there, it says 468, make that $2 million, then straight up to $2 million.
So we did take those credit card fees out of the budget for 26, right?
Good.
So maybe that becomes target. That's it.
Are these vacant positions critical positions, and why are they vacant?
A lot of them have been vacant as long as I've been here.
So when do we not just do what we did with the general fund and reduce?
That's what we're proposing here.
That's what you said right there.
But we're still short?
But it's not enough.
Okay.
In my opinion, it's not enough.
That's what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Well, I think this is where we start talking about cutting travel, because I know last year that for utilities, the travel budget was $427,000. So maybe we need to get in there and look at that.
So in effect here, you've got two based on what we see in that spreadsheet right here, this spreadsheet, we got another $2.5 million we got to get to. Yep.
Andy and Jeff, to start the discussion rolling, since we're just talking about cuts, how would you recommend finding $2 million out of this bucket? 2.5.
Is that for Andy or Chip?
No, I said
Well,
for whichever one of us comes up with an
Because
answer.
this, I'm of the belief that this is a bucket where the conversation is going to have to be, over the medium term moving forward, is going to have to be both a spending question and a revenue question. And I think that it's, I mean, you know, if there's just some sort of, I mean, the revenues collected have to be able to provide the service. And I mean, I think we're kidding ourselves to an extent if there's just this sort of semi-arbitrary belief that we're never going to have to adjust the water and sewer rates again.
Revenues are up, Jared. I mean,
I know.
And
And-
you're,
and
you're
it's-
what
it's
you're
still not
proposing
enough.
is another rate increase.
Well, I think that's pretty strong language. I'm not proposing
Okay, well,
anything. I'm just
clarify
saying,
for me, what
if
are you
we're,
proposing?
because if we're $7 million up and we're still $2 million in the
So we
hole,
cut expenses.
of course. And I would love to hear, which was the spirit of the question, what the $2 million worth of expenses needs to be cut to make it work.
Right, and I didn't specify, again, any particular items in their operating budgets for the water and sewer fund. I mean, we certainly can do that in terms of trying to, increase that percentage in order to hit the right mark on the
Sure, which is
revenue
what I
side.
said. You just put a bunch of lines in here that said reduce by 5%.
Yes.
Or reduce them by 8, reduce them by 10. I mean, what,
Right.
More context about what that
then-
means.
Right, and then what impact then does that have on the operation and providing of the services to where it starts, we need to find additional revenues to, instead of operating reductions. And, and I fully understand that, the discussion has been, even in the context of the rate increase that we did, in 2024, is that we need to make sure that our spending levels are appropriate before we then, start contemplating a rate increase again. Well, I don't disagree with that. I think that we are getting very close to that. I think even with the 5%, that I've proposed here, starts to cut into service delivery and, timeliness and the ability to do the maintenance of things. And so, I don't know that there's a lot left to cut on the operating side in order to keep those things in place. And so, I think we're getting very close to where we need to consider rate increase in addition. And that doesn't even really get to the discussion we had the other night on the capital needs for water.
Which was hundreds of millions of dollars of need with no funding whatsoever attached to it beyond year after next.
But I think the key thing there is, I don't, based on what some of these capital projects that we've got are such the nature that we can't do a pay as you go. So they can't come out of an operating budget. So it would have to be some sort of bonding of dollars. You can't bond dollars if you can't bond dollars if you get to 130. You can't do additional bonds until you get to 130. So until we get that up, we can't get the bond dollars to be able to do any of these capital projects.
Oh, sure. I mean, all that capital work is going to have to be bonded.
Right.
And so you're going to need revenues to go into that right-hand column that has the $2 million now.
Yeah.
And
Or
to more.
You're going to need 130%.
You're going to need 130%
coverage or
Well, that's what I'm saying.
125%.
So that's got to be 3 point something.
Yeah.
So, or 2.5, 3 million, whatever that is, up from a cuts perspective, which, that seems to be probably the first thing I think the board would do. Just sitting around being with you guys for 4 and 7 years. First thing we would do is try to cut our way into it and see where that gets us.
Well, yeah. So it sounds like there needs to be 3 point something million dollars to get to 130, to be able to bond, to do the work, to keep the system functioning, all that. So that's the question. Are there 3 point something million dollars worth of cuts as to what, what's currently proposed that's sustainable and that doesn't impact service delivery that currently exists?
Well, there is a, what is that, a $4 million personnel difference between 24 actuals and 26 budgeted? 4.7.
Yeah. And we need to understand that more, obviously.
And 4.6 on the operations side.
Okay. So
Of which 2 something is vacant.
obviously we've got something there that we've got to investigate.
Is
And
it worth,
that's what I would have to get that answer before any other.
is it worth bringing up some department heads so we can have a more robust conversation of this?
No, let's just talk about ourselves.
Then I think they go find it and report back to us. I mean, we can circle as much as we want. I mean, to your spirit, I agree with you. I mean, I'm not advocating for water rate increases, but you can't go 11 years and not increase it again. We know we can't do that, but I think at the same time, it feels very bloated, but I don't do the day-to-day of the water. I'm not out there.
And do we also revisit the outside the city of Fort Smith rates? Because
You know where I'm at.
Because I agree with you. I agree. I think we disagreed. Some of now I didn't talk to everybody. I know Kevin and I disagreed on or disagreed with what the guy came and talked to us about, saying this is what we calculate those outside. I'm saying they need to pay more. That's the water's the commodity. The water is the commodity. So I feel like, and he said it. He said it. If none of these people outside the city of Fort Smith existed, we weren't selling that water, we wouldn't have a water issue in the city of Fort Smith.
Yeah, I want to just make sure that that I know we know, but because we're talking about it, let's put it out there that we're not even talking about rate increases to make this budget work. Rate increases, we need to be the cost needs to be provided for. People need to be paying. We all need to pay for what it costs to provide the service. So we're just not talking about rate increases to meet this budget. We're talking about it because it's a need. Whether we address it now or whether we address it later is something we're going to address.
So everybody understands my position is it's our water. We should be able to charge whatever we want. Our citizens have stepped up and built that for us. It's our water. We should be able to do what we need to do. I know what some consultant will tell me, but I know long-term, we should be able to charge what we should.
Well, I agree, and ultimately, we're in control of that.
Well, they threatened
Bring
lawsuits.
it. Bring it.
That's what I say. Threaten me all you want. Take us to court. We'll hash it out there. I'm tired of living in fear of this.
Yep.
My question for Andy and Jeff is, and help me out here, guys.
Then hold on real quick. Then what is the number relative to what it is now? What's the Goldilocks magic number to charge the outside customers that solves the problem? Because you would certainly not wish to risk costly litigation and not appreciably help your budgetary challenge.
42% of the water we produce is sold to outside the city of Fort Smith. So
That's our
residential
question.
water users inside Fort Smith only make up 33%. So we need to be looking at industrial, commercial. We need to be looking at outside the city.
Making those rates higher.
I mean, how much of a rate increase do you have to get $3.5 million more?
we have to sit down to the house.
Yeah, man.
I mean, also too, just looking through the budget, I mean, just utility administration alone, software licensing fees, almost $700,000. Within technology, within utilities, over $1 million in outside services, consulting services, $245,000. I mean, there's places we can make cuts here.
The outside services is the lagoon cleaning.
But just, I think the spirit here is start walking through it and start figuring out where we can get $2.5
Yeah, I mean, it's not
million
all,
dollars.
it's not all lagoon cleaning. I mean, that's a big chunk
The
of it.
big
but that's-
increase
that's
was
not-
the lagoon cleaning.
Was there travel in there?
There's travel in here, yeah, there's, maintenance equipment alone just, looks like for technology is 656,000. I mean, I think we just need to go through it line item by line item.
So is the ask of administration to get us at a minimum an additional $2.5 million in cuts, or see what $2.5 million in cuts would look like from water and sewer? Is that the ask?
Or at least to the spirit of the general fund, as we have scrubbed that general fund, this bucket should be scrubbed at the same level of intensity. And tell me what you can bring forward.
Knowing that $2.5 million from this negative 500,000 just gets you to 110%.
Because I have a hard time thinking they're going to come up with $2.5 million. I mean, it'd be awesome if they did, but scrub it with the intensity that the general fund was scrubbed.
Is the hydro generator included in this? Well, where's that coming from?
That's in the capital. That's not in the operating.
That would be a one-time expense.
Yes.
Are we in agreement on that? Is the board?
Yeah, I mean, I'd certainly like to see more specificity and a harder scrub.
But so 750,000 for the hydro generator repairs is in operating. That's what I'm seeing here.
I think it would be one or the other. We do either
You talking about the generator?
the hydro generator and the dam. The $3 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that's-
listed under operating hydro generator on-site anticipated repairs,
We may have already
$750,000.
reduced that if you're looking in that. line
So
item.
if we're looking on the capital side to replace it, then there's 750 we can scrub from the operating side.
Okay.
Okay, that's a dent towards our 3 million. Let's go.
What page are you on that, Christoph?
Page 680, Jeff.
Highlands.
We've already reduced that out of these numbers because you'll see the very last line in that budget detail. For the 9/15 budget meeting, we reduced 750. We already took that out.
Okay.
So that's not in these numbers at all.
I mean, we've got 3.1 million for treatment supplies for chemicals. What could we get that down to if we started, if we redid our bidding process? I know when we were looking at the liquid chlorine, I talked with one of the companies. They said they won't participate in the reverse bidding process. Could we look at a different bidding process that would bring more vendors in, get the cost down there?
Yeah, I think we did a traditional bidding process after that. And they didn't bid on that either.
This year?
But certainly, Jeff, you could show us more options kind of in the spirit of tab
Yes, sir.
number 1 up on that Excel spreadsheet, the general fund tab, as opposed to just kind of the general 5% sort of
Yes.
reductions that are up there. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Very good.
Are we ready to move to the solid waste fund?
Yes.
Okay. So the anticipated revenue on solid waste fund, 22,427,099. Proposed operating expenses, 19,654,230. The proposed operating excess of surplus of 2,772,869. The problem we get into with this particular fund is when we start talking about our capital expenses, and the amounts that we transferred from operating fund into our sinking fund for, as Andy mentioned at the start, for future expenses related to landfill cell construction and closure and post-closure costs, plus also the equipment replacement fund. The 2.5% non-uniform pay increase portion does apply to solid waste. We spoke earlier about the adjustment to the landfill disposal rate, the gate rate, and also the commercial collection rates. That is anticipated to be a $3,750,000 increase in revenues. As mentioned, that particular ordinance to affect that change is on tomorrow evening's regular meeting agenda. And then
And can we ensure that Fort Smith residents don't get caught up in that gate?
Yes.
We call it a gate fee or a tipping
yes,
fee?
yes, and the provision that they can bring a pickup load full of trash with with their ID and their address verification that they're a resident.
They have to show themselves.
Right, it's a $10 flat fee that we used to do just on Saturdays, and Dwayne is proposing that we do that whenever they can come.
So this would be 3.7 million. And again, I think as we look at this and we look at water, there should be incentives for living in the city of Fort Smith.
Yes.
And people coming from outside, especially waste management or cards, should get a benefit of using the resource that Fort Smith has paid for.
Right, and even more so, perhaps pay for.
Yes.
To help offset the cost and subsidize, if you will, services that we provide to our own residents.
So the benefit of living in the city is cheaper landfill rates, cheaper water, all those different things. So that's really the focus. The focus for me is not generating revenue. It's benefiting the citizens of Fort Smith living here.
Yeah, and one of the benefits then to the citizens is to help offset our general fund costs by $1 million.
For animals, right?
Yes.
May I ask, Andy, just kind of like in your general opinion, we've looked at the kind of the big four buckets, and alone amongst the four buckets, the solid waste side on the personnel and operating, side as it relates to revenues is $2.7 million to the good. Can you speak a little bit to, what's kind of the secret sauce in that bucket, or what are they doing well there that perhaps, can be replicated or practices wise, because not only are they 2.7 million to the good, they're, fairly consistently to the good, which speaks to me that there's some things that are aligned really well.
Well, I think the rate structure is established at a point where it provides more than just operations, and it cash funds the capital expansions that is planned.
So the rate structure, the revenue is right sized to the need
every year. And so, yeah, they're going to collect more than what their operating costs are, but it's because they're trying to plan for the future costs.
And I'll say also that, Andy also mentioned that our intent is to not issue debt for the landfill. Well, there was a time when we did carry bonds for landfill construction and such. When we were able to pay off those bonds, we then turned that sort of debt service for paying on those bonds into funding appropriately their sinking fund. And then we continued to do that, and we have made sure that the sinking fund is appropriately funded so that they can replace equipment and such, which doesn't hit their annual operating budget as hard then when they need to replace, a number of the $400 to $500,000, collection vehicles and such. And so I think that also helps. And that's not something that we're able to do in the general fund for anything else.
Well, and because we're not directly setting a rate as it relates to the general fund either. There's a sales tax rate that is in effect, but there are macro forces that play into that versus we can charge directly what we wish to for services like solid waste. And to Andy's point, we're very right-sized versus the expenses and the revenue there.
Director Neil Morton. From a non-departmental, where we're transferring money out of the solid waste fund to the sinking fund to the demo fund, what's the reason for a nearly $2 million increase for the transfer out to the sanitary, the equipment sinking fund?
I'll say that number generally comes out about the $8 million a year. In prior years, we have intentionally reduced that. So we have saved less than we should have in prior years.
So in 24, we put 3.3 million. In 25, we put, well, just for that particular equipment fund, 3.3 million.
Yes.
And now we're going to 5.4 million.
Typically what we've
You're saying
done,
typically that all of those are $8.8 million?
or some other number, but what we usually have done is once we get to this number where we show that $8 million or whatever that number is for that particular year, we back off that amount so that the contingency reserve percent gets to the 20%. That's what we've done in the past several years.
Oh, the here on our, oh, okay, our fund
Yeah.
balance?
Yes.
Okay.
We have artificially made that reserve fund land at 20% by reducing the amount of transfers out.
So in theory, we would do the same thing in 26 if we didn't do any cuts or anything with their capital of 8.649, and most of that is non-departmental. We would drop that to where we would hit 20%.
Correct.
So, but that's actually more than, you'd have to drop it significantly more than, well, yeah, we'd go from 38.9% with 39% to 20% basically. So we drop that amount somewhere less than $8.6 million.
Yeah, and the impact of that is that at some point when it comes time to build the new cell, we have to wait another year because we didn't transfer as much over the course of the intervening period.
But we should.
The estimated cuts that are proposed will increase the reserve to almost 39%.
So this spreadsheet here that I'm looking at that shows all those cuts should leave us a budget deficit of $311,000.
Right.
Which will barely reduces that 9.5 million.
But that is a little bit skewed also because it includes that capital number, and that capital number, most of that comes from the sinking fund, which is not really part of their operating fund.
Well, and then also if the board chooses to change those tipping fees, you now have an additional 3.7 million or 3.4 million, whatever, on top of that. So you're,
That's included in,
That's included in here?
this list.
That's included in this budget here?
That's included in the, no, not in that one, but in the sheet that I gave you.
Okay. I mean, my revenue matches what I'm budgeted here. I mean, the 24 to 26, 24 actuals to 26 are, $1.3 million more in 26. So that tells me that's not factored in. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah. The other,
This says revenue of 22,427,099.
Yeah.
That's the same thing I've got here.
Yeah. And then I added, and then in the middle of that sheet, I show revenues to be added. The 3,750,000.
Okay. Okay.
Director Kemp. So just to clarify, I think that I do appreciate the comment that he had asked earlier, Director Martin did. So we will be doing it when we talk about this increase, adjusting the landfill gate and rate and commercial collection rates. If unfortunately the resident shows an ID, we're considering then to make sure that they're not charged the additional.
If this is right. That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Anything else on solid waste?
Can we do the same thing we did on the water and sewer? Understand the personnel change for 24 to 26 and the operation 24 to 26.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the last two pages on the small packet that I gave you is the distribution of the capital requests. This does include all of the items. The other packet that I gave you that has the blue lines on it that shows the complete capital request. The second part of that does represent the aging report back to 2020 to show items that have been requested for multiple years. But as I've go down the capital items on this list, yes.
Understanding real quick. So second page here, the aging requests going back to 2020.
Yeah.
So there are, am I reading it correctly to say that there are 9 pieces of capital equipment, looks like vehicles mostly, that have been requested consistently since 2020?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I think we should probably seriously consider either funding those or not consider them again moving forward, because it's kind of that interesting, like 5-6 year threshold of, you know, we should probably get this taken care of, or seemingly they're doing the job without it.
Or with it in a untenable, unsustainable fashion.
So with this, there are capital included here. Are those the capital items that are included?
Yes.
Okay, so how can I take this and determine what's included for water and sewer? Like, is there like a, I know some of these like was requested in 2020 and 21 and then requested again in 24, 25 and 26. Like, is that one of those that's been included, or like, can you tell me which ones are included?
I think they're noted on the sheet that he provided, isn't he?
For the spreadsheet that's.
They're noted on this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a
So
note.
Towards the bottom, it starts water and sewer.
Okay, so I have to kind of cross-reference.
Yes. But I did intend on the description or the note, like the water and sewer, the 7-passenger SUV 2024 request, replace existing asset. And so the one right below that is a 2020 request. I mean, so it's been requested each year since 2020. I tried to make note of that in the note that I included on this.
So across the 4 buckets, there's $17.6 million worth of capital equipment requests for 2026. And that's the sum total on the back of the blue sheet. That's
That is the total of requested.
Sure.
And I think, actually, I don't have that cell on here, but I think the actual numbers that I put yeses on adds up to more like 14 million. But yes.
The three lines, but I don't like this full price.
Yes.
But when you, I guess the better question is, if it's a capital request and your approach that has a yes next to it, is that the number that is, like, let's use the general fund for example, where it says capital outlay FY26 budget, $3.245 million. Does that reflect the ones that you have put yes next to, or is that number older? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, the number that's at the bottom of the water sewer column adds up to 1.2 million. The biggest components of the general fund's 3.2 million
Yes.
capital request. There's 1.9 million in the police department that has been moved to the sales and use tax. And then a few other ones that I've indicated no against, like, for instance, Parks and Recreation, I mean, they did request 2 identical of the same vehicles. I said no to one and yes to the other, for instance. And so
So it looks like the general fund in your model, if you flip it over, it's $1,220,737 of capital equipment out of the general fund that you preliminarily indicated your support for.
Yes.
Okay. So and so that number, the 3.2 million here, like on these type of forms, those capital numbers are not necessarily current. They don't reflect your
Correct.
preferences.
Correct. Now, what the number that I have at the bottom of the front of these pages, like that 1,220,000, that's the number that I have there.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes.
Jeff, do you propose in the ideal scenario on these CapEx ideas, is there a timeline that you think that they would more appropriately fit? When would you propose these things up? These pieces of equipment?
I mean, you mean throughout the year or
Yeah, would you like to, is there an ideal flow of that?
not specifically? I was more focused on the items and their cost relative to the overall budget. Now, I mean, do we, in terms of, put in purchase orders and contracts the first month of the year? I mean, typically we would on a lot of these because the money is budgeted. And a lot of times these things have a lead time that you order them in January, you may not get them till the last part of the year anyway. So I wasn't particularly thinking about the timeline.
I was always going to ask, is since they're going to be related to putting things at deficits, I think maybe the timing of that's very important.
Is there any, you said earlier the sanitation is going to be coming out of their sinking fund. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any way you could put on here which one's sinking fund, which one's straight off the top?
Solid waste and streets both operate off a sinking fund, and that is noted on this page here.
Which page is that? Okay.
The front page of the one with the blue bars on it. I mean, it for the capital replacement plan purchase from solid waste, you'll see those items. Typically, the replacement of the carts and the disposal boxes and such, they put into their operating budget and not necessarily out of the capital replacement plan because they essentially buy those every year. But that and then the streets and traffic control, you'll see that those are capital replacement plan purchases also.
The vehicles that we're replacing, basic stuff, the trucks, the cars, can we get the age of the one we're replacing them from?
Yes, yeah, and those are typically included in the detail book because they typically will, I know, and we can summarize it.
Even if you put it on this, something that's very simple. Here's where, this is a 2020, this is a 2015, 25, whatever it is, just something.
Right.
I looked at some of these things for transit. That's something that kind of stood out to me as we were looking at the capital request. You know, we rarely say no to transit. But if we're looking for things, I think we need to take a look at some of these. Specifically, I don't know what this pocket park is. I know there's, you know, there's the 20% cost to the general fund is about $100,000, or I'm sorry, $25,000. I think we need to look hard at some of those things. Can we get by without filling these? I mean, it's about $250,000.
Yeah.
We're replacing another fixed route bus. I mean, we're replacing buses pretty regularly. That's a big hit to the general fund. I think we need to take a look at some of those.
Yeah, and
If had grant money,
well, yes, there is offsetting federal dollars for a lot of it, but there is still, to your point, it still is a hit to the general fund. The pocket park item is,
tend to come up and answer that one,
yeah,
if you don't mind. I'd like to know what,
because he knows the details better than
explain the
me.
parking park a little bit to us. I mean,
If you got Chris, turn that off, Jane.
Up top.
Out it.
There you go. Sounded like it was.
Tap it.
Is it on? There we go.
Explain the pocket park to the board, please.
Okay, the pocket park is essentially the curb cuts that we had talked about before, creating kind of a curb cut for the buses to pull off on like Rogers Avenue or certain places, particularly along the highways, to kind of give the bus a way to get out of the line of traffic. And that's what we had factored in for those.
That's something I asked years ago. And if you go on major roads, they block the road, you got people backed up and it causes issues. If we can start looking at like big cities pulling that off the road and pulling back.
Talking Rogers Avenue?
Yes. And one we looked at was on Rogers Avenue, out by the Super Center. Another one was by the mall, and another one was out on Highway 71 south.
Where are they planning on widening Rogers?
540 to 74th Street.
540 to 71st Street. That's probably the busiest part.
Just so that we understand what a pocket park is.
So pocket park, it's interesting terminology. What you're actually describing, because we hear pocket park talked about as like along Garrison there, where there's like the mural etched into the brick on the north side of Garrison in a small little space. So when you talk about pocket park here on this line item, you're talking about a few strategic bus pullouts at bus stops.
That's correct.
To get the buses out of the lane. So when the bus is stopping to pick somebody up, the traffic can continue to flow by the bus.
With amenities, yes.
Well, yeah, there'll be a nice bus stop, et cetera.
Shelter, bus stop.
Is it correct to say that it's only $25,000 of the general fund?
That's correct.
But I think we got to look at. I think we got to look at some of this. I mean, it's a couple 100,000, 250,000 there. I think we got to look at it.
But it's only 20%.
I 100% agree.
It's all up for
I agree with that. Agree with it. We rarely say no to transit. Right.
I know that, but this is one of those things that it does impact a major thoroughfare in the city. And if you haven't seen where they back up, a lot of people get upset behind them. This is an opportunity.
Again, where are we talking?
So the one we're looking at more specifically is along Rogers Avenue. out in front of-
This is one. This is one. Okay. Now, when they go to widen Rogers, is this in that widened part?
Anything we do, we would have to coordinate with the
Right.
highway
But
department.
would this be in the area?
No, they're
they're
playing
planning
on
on.
Walmart. This is 74th to 540s with the widened.
But where's the cutout?
The cutout would be off along Rogers Avenue.
70.
Where at, Ken?
This is about the Walmart on 70. This is Walmart.
Is that where the
On Rogers, yes.
Is that where the
Ken? Where specifically on Rogers? By the Walmart or by the mall?
Well, we've identified 5 different areas that we would like to put these. But the first one we're looking at would be along Rogers Avenue in front of the Walmart Supercenter at the intersection of Mazard.
Yes.
Is that where the widening ends?
It's not going that far.
not going that
The
far?
widening
It's
is
going
only
to
going from
74th? It's going to 74th?
74th to Waldron.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
So, there you live around 74th Street.
I'm right there. It just seems
Let's go.
That's dumb, not taking it to Mazard.
And this is a safety and traffic control issue. It's not fun and games.
Well, I just say maybe that one, we don't have that.
Yeah.
But I understand. These other ones, we look at.
To the spirit of what you're talking about, that's why I think the timing of these things are important.
Okay.
I don't know about upfront loading the top of the year with this. I'd like to see how the sales use tax actually comes through.
So
Are you saying like maybe do like for capital? And I know that unlike years past, we asked to see all the capital requests on the front end versus doing a supplemental, in the springtime. But as your thought, Director Kent, maybe, we decide amongst ourselves, we perhaps approve some of these on the front end and then, reserve the others for later on in 2026 or resume the old way and push all of them into
Well, and
2026?
originally, although this turned out better than I thought it would, looking at these sheets, originally I was saying, don't do any capital till 6 months into the year. Obviously, the things are looking better. Things would be better. Maybe prioritize the ones that we know we need to put up to the top of the year. But I would love to see at least Q1 or Q2. It would have been great, but Q1 at least, so I can get an idea of things are turning around. And some of the revenue that we think will be increasing opens up, the businesses that will be opening and things open up more at like May and that part of the year. So we're not going to see that in January and February and March.
We always have the option to not approve them when they're brought to us. So we budget for them and then they come to us at meetings and we either approve or push back.
But I think
And that may be the point. I just wanted to know if there was a spirit to establish so that we didn't feel like we're always telling them, hey, take it back kind of thing.
And I think particularly the ones that are like with solid waste and streets that have the dollars already saved in their replacement funds. I think those make
I think
sense to
those
move
are
ahead.
good priority.
And I think if we want to defer the ones based in the general fund or even utilities to after we have our quarterly budget review in the spring, that type of thing makes some sense as well.
That does.
So just to kind of go back on our transit discussion. So they were proposing $1.7 million in capital. We're through your efforts, you're getting us down to about $250,000 total in capital. So am I seeing that right? Am I reading? I'm basically taking this, which is their summary page, transit expense summary, which was 5.055 million. Of that is 1.669 million in capital. You're changing that to roughly 250,000.
Yeah, and that's based on
General fund hit.
That's based on the net cost to the general fund of those requests.
Okay. And then, okay, never mind.
You may continue, Chair.
Correct.
Don't know where to go next.
You come back.
Sorry? Yes, sir.
Would you like to take a break?
After the middle, we'll get in.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Okay, thanks to everyone for returning to your places. This time we're going to go to sort of a follow-up session to ask any questions, and we're going to go to Mr. Dingman.
Thank you, Mayor. If we might start with Fire Chief Daryl Clark. I think there's been some operational questions as to how the proposed reduction in number of fire positions and the reduction of an engine company as to how that works and what that means. And so I'd like for Chief Clark to walk through that a little bit.
Moment to correct Abby on this moving.
I appreciate the chance to speak to y'all because I wanted to, I had digital copies, but it wasn't working. So I ran and made some prints at lunch. Because I wanted to talk, basically, we're unique from any other department with the 6 vacancies that they say we're browning out or eliminating. We staff those every day. We have our minimum staffing every day of every year. And those spots are filled with overtime now. So what I have proposed is a staffing reduction, which is huge in our department. We have not done it in my career. It's always been talked about or threatened, but I wanted to answer, some questions, make sure you guys have all the info. And I also would like to know if that's the route we're going to go, because I now have promotions to make, new hires to offer jobs to that I will have to reduce. And this all starts Wednesday. So I need to know how to proceed, basically.
Could we start by, I have brief conversations with Mr. Dingman about this one engine reducement. Could you speak to that? What is that? Is it one station that has 2 trucks and you're
Yes.
trying to go to just rolling out 1 truck of that station? Can you speak to that?
Because that's what I had initially looked at a different station on the north side after some research on our sales tax revenue, how we use it, how we can use it. I realized I could shut down Pumper 11, which is by far our slowest truck. Both trucks at Station 11 don't combine what any of the other companies singularly runs each year. It's a large geographical area, but this way I can keep the same funding pretty close as I can out of 4803, give the benefit to the general fund, and I keep all 11 stations open and staffed. It's just there will be a single company at this station now, and it'll be a ladder company because the ladders are where they're at for the maximum ISO points.
How does that impact our ISO rating?
I'm pretty confident we would keep our 1, but I can't guarantee it. The scoring, I poured through one of our 2016 or 14 audit that I found in the chief's office. I've talked with Chief Richards, Chief Waters. The scoring is really hard how they do it. And I can't guarantee it, but the water system plays a big portion of our score, probably close to 50%. I know they've made improvements since our last audit, so losing 1 pumper, I would hope we would overcome that. Plus, we have a larger reserve fleet than we had. We get a fraction of a point for each reserve. And this would add a newer apparatus to the fleet. Pumper 11 is a 22 model, and I would put it in and replace an older frontline truck. That old frontline truck then would go to the reserve fleet and would be our nicest reserve. And then I also wanted to clarify, it's actually 7 positions for the number that was on the spreadsheet. There's a command staff, the one that you referenced that we've gotten in recent years, I had offered that one back up too. So it's actually 7 positions to make the 629.
Have you been thinking about this before?
No.
Never have.
Andy gave us the presentation at the last staff meeting, and I didn't realize, I knew we'd operated at some deficits, but when he kind of laid it out there.
So you guys ever had Chief Christensen?
No.
Chief Boyd?
It was always talked about when I was brand new. They always talked about closing Station 3. It has the smallest district and it's overlapped a lot more.
I guess maybe what I'm talking about is Station 11.
Oh, no, it has never been discussed.
Never been discussed. You got, well, okay, just make sure I'm with you here. We got two companies out there. You're talking about with these 6, we're moving one of those companies.
Yes.
Right. So y'all had never talked about that before.
No, which it's a relatively new station. We opened it in 13 or 14. So, I mean, it's obviously our newest station, but I actually have 9 personnel on that truck on the company assigned on the 3 shifts. I am gaining a couple of small silver linings. Our heavy rescue that we try and add captains to every year for several years since Chief Christensen, Chief Waters, we haven't been able to do it. I'm keeping the 3 captain positions and moving them to 4802 on the heavy rescue so that then all of our companies will be staffed with 3 personnel.
And that hasn't always been the case.
No, that one runs with 2, and they run into Oklahoma and they run out into the county. And that truck, if you saw the amount of equipment on it, I've always had a goal of making it a 4-man company before I leave.
So this allows you to make it.
I will make it 3.
3. Okay.
So it's a small silver lining. I gain the new pumper. I will gain a staff vehicle that I can use for, like we've discussed, trying to get them for medical response or to move to replace an old one that we're trying to get a new truck for. So, I mean, there's a couple of benefits, even though it's made me sick to even consider reducing staffing, but I don't think the citizens will see any negative impact. It's our slowest area. We hopefully maintain our ISO 1. So my goal was to keep everybody I have on the job.
Right.
And not reduce rank, pay, any of that. We're doing some other steps. I'm reducing the number of people allowed off on vacation by 1 each day. That will reduce our overtime. How to quantify it is really tough, but.
Repeat that part.
Right now, we allow 5 people every shift to be off. We have a vacation schedule. They have to pick it end of November, early December, usually each year. Goes by seniority. We've allowed 5 off for a few years. Does create more overtime. I've reduced it down to 4. Everybody still gets the same number of hours of vacation. It's just the younger guys will have far less days to pick from when it gets to them.
The grant that you guys did receive, $800,000.
About 700.
Well, 700.
Yeah.
Well, when does that come to you?
Well, they have accepted it after y'all voted on it and the government reopened. I believe they've gotten on there. I've seen the traffic between Chief Vaughn and Hoover. We are doing demos right now. It's a lengthy process because, I mean, that's a huge purchase, us replacing all of our SCBAs for the entire department. So we don't take that decision lightly. We've got 2 manufacturers, SCBAs now, that are on our busiest trucks to be assessed for the guys but it'll be 27 probably early in the year before we know what the final price will be at the volume we're buying, and then work with them on negotiating the price.
I heard you mention ISO rating. We don't want to do anything to impact the Town Class 1 rating.
No, I don't as well, but I'm trying to do my part so that I'm not having to do something that's mandatory next year and where I'm firing guys or laying off guys that are on the job. I will, in this process, the numbers have varied a little bit, mine and HR's, because I will have 3 extra drivers, but they will just fill in the positions. I have 3 for sure retirements in 26, but I have 2 more that are really strongly looking at it. They should be absorbed through attrition by April-ish. So I won't have, it's a sliding, reduction in the savings that we've put up there, but it won't take us long to realize the full amount each pay period.
yeah, to the board, let's make sure that the decisions we make do not have an adverse impact on that ISO. Going from a town class 1 to a town class 5 would be significant to all of our property owners in the city as they pay insurance premiums.
Well,
Director Rego.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, and I'm certainly not saying this to be disrespectful to the fire department or the police department. I think what we're talking about right now, and another thing I'll point out, speak very clearly, because Andy, I'm sure, is trying to approach, and Jeff, the recommendations that are being made, dispassionately. It speaks to that a huge driver of expenses out of the general fund are our public safety. I mean, if we look at the two things that Jeff recommends to us in this sheet that we cut, I mean, it's $629,000 of removing these vacancies in the engine company has just been described, plus an additional line 39, fire reduce additional operating expense, $275,000. I mean, the biggest chunks that are recommended are uniform public safety. I'm not saying that I agree with that or that that's where we'll eventually are going to land, but it speaks to that notion that we really do need to do the things that we can over the short and medium and long term to make sure that our revenues, all revenue options, are right-sized for the level of public safety that we desire to provide to our community. Because the biggest recommended cost reductions on this list come out of that uniformed side because they are the biggest, they utilize that resource, and rightly so. And I think the residents appreciate that. And so I think we have to remember that each and every year, a very healthy portion of the spending that is excess over revenue, like the driver is a desire that we all have to provide the best public safety. And so there's work that we need to do, obviously, but we just need to be mindful always that sometimes there are very legitimate reasons to spend on public safety, and that's what we've been doing, and we have to really be cautious about that moving forward.
Thank you. Director Neil Martin.
Looking at line 17 and 18 on that the budget worksheet that you put together, so reduce vacant police, reduce vacant fire. Is this a freeze or is this a reduce?
It's a reduction.
You said forever cut,
Yes.
right, Andy?
This be
It is
forever.
not a freeze. It is a reduction in the number of officers.
We would be at 143 uniform personnel after this when we're at 150 right now.
And same thing on the police side.
Could you speak to the tension? And these are, obviously, they're not conversations we all want to have. I mean, ultimately, I would rather just do none of these cuts and continue on, but you just can't. There's the money's not there. But the raises are important, right? I mean, I think that's. I mean, would you see because I mean, I feel like the idea of what Jeff has come up with here is to protect pay raises and taking care of who we have versus, and doing the other way, or could you speak to that tension?
One of the documents I sent around is just our current pay scale. We're protecting the step raises. The guys and gals don't consider that a pay raise. A pay raise is adjusting that pay scale. I know it's not a promise, it's a year over year ordinance, but when they make rank or take the job, they look at that pay scale and look at, my next evaluation. If I get a good evaluation, I'll get a small bump in pay to this. That destroys morale. We've opened this, and some of you were here, Director Good and Settle and Administrator Dingman last time we opened this box, and it was really bad on morale.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, because they look at it as a promise to them. And, I consider that too. That was the largest part of my goal. Like I said, to keep the personnel, their pay, their step raises, and not have to be in a worse position next year, make mandatory cuts and layoffs that may be even worse if we can correct the course now instead of having to try to do a 180 next year.
And one thing that is relevant to this question, there are a number of, if the step raises are included, there are a number of officers, both on the fire department and in the police department, where those individuals have reached the top of their step, the step process. I think there's, the numbers I'm going to get wrong, but maybe 40 or so on the police side and 35 or so on the fire side that are at the top of their step, so would not see an increase in pay.
So you're saying that the numbers, when you see that it's 1.4 million, you're saying it really wouldn't be 1.4 million? It'd be less?
No, it would be 1.4 million.
Oh, okay.
But it does not apply to folks that are at the top of their steps.
Okay.
There's personnel that won't see a pay increase because they've reached the top on the steps there that are outlined.
So this is what, 25 steps here total? Like when I look at this, does everybody go through?
Firefighter has 6.
Do they all go through 6?
No, you can promote to driver.
Okay.
You're eligible to test after you've been on for 2 years.
So the expectation is max I go step 6 and then I'm going to get driver and
still have to test for it.
Still have to test for it, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, the expectation is I'm getting a step raise every year.
Yes, until you've topped out.
Until you've topped. So if I get to step 6 as a firefighter, I can't go any higher.
Correct.
I don't get any additional raise.
True pay increases then is the only thing, a COLA or an adjustment to the pay schedule.
So trying to understand your question, statement you made earlier and understand your documents. So on this document right here, which I guess is the current
I should
way
have
we're aligned.
explained.
So there are the 6 vacancies. So like say right now on pumper 6, there's a vacancy currently on the A shift for firefighter. Is that correct? Of these vacancies, and you kind of mentioned some personnel stuff coming up. Because what you propose with the reorganization is this,
That is
no
what it is.
vacancies, you take away pumper 11 and all the spots are full. So by doing away with the 6 vacancies, how does that, 2-part question. Number 1, are you close to filling any of these? And how does doing away with vacancies impact the natural sort of, academy classes, regular old sort of attrition? Like, is taking away these vacancies going to impact your overall, pipelining ability into the fire department?
No, there's other small added benefits, as well, to the reduced number of staff, because we have 12 guys in the pipeline right now. As we have proceeded how we would normally with our current level of staffing, they've done their polygraphs, their physicals. Wednesday, we are supposed to meet and do conditional offers of employment. The 12 is normal. We usually do +3. So I have 6 vacancies. I have 3 confirmed retirements next year, and then my +3. I have to buy bunker gear for each one of those guys at $5,000, another $1,200 for their boots and helmet and hood, their structural gloves, and then we pay them while we send them to the academy. I would, if we do this option, which Administrator Dingman hasn't approved yet, I want to still hire 4, and that will cover my retirements for next year. I have the list already since they've already started the pipeline, and we had a really good list this year, which I hate to not use it all, but.
So under the current setup, you have 12 people that you would like to hire in the near future. But if we make this change, that would lead you to hiring 4.
Yeah, that was my plan that I had outlined in the memo, we could reduce it to 3, but I have 2 additional people that are strongly looking at retirement that have even asked about the process on what they need to turn in. So I'm in past conversations with them. I'm pretty confident I'll end up with 5.
Thank you. Any other questions for the chief?
To the board's preference, any other department heads that you'd like to ask questions of or hear from?
Well, there's probably similar questions with Chief Baker, right?
Sure. Yeah, Chief Baker.
Good afternoon.
Hello. I think probably just any thoughts you have, sort of in the similar vein of the questions that, we asked of the fire chief, how does a 8 slot reduction, impact your pipelining? What's your current pipeline look like? Where are some of these vacancies occupying right now? Those sorts of questions.
Well, first I need clarification because this was the first that I have seen these numbers. Are we talking about 8 or are we talking about 11? Because when I proposed removing the officers from the airport, I assumed that that would be included in whatever personnel cuts were made. But as it was presented, it appears that that's 3 additional positions.
I'm just talking about the 8 vacancies.
Okay, so.
Well, but that is a good question because for both the police and the fire, there's 2 separate, if we put that spreadsheet back up, lines 17 and 18 talk about 8 reductions for the police department, 6 reductions for the fire department, both over $600,000. And then further on, lines 38 and 39, there's an additional over $250,000 aggregated for police discontinuance of the contract with airport security and fire reduce additional operating expense unspecified. Are you, if those aren't separate, they shouldn't be separated. If the 600 something's all encompassed.
If that realizes, I'm just talking about the 8 vacant positions that are currently vacant. If there are 3 or so officers assigned to that airport function, then they would rotate back into the regular police department.
Does that actualize into 2? So not sending 3 police officers to the airport?
3.
How many?
3.
3, yeah. What did I say?
2.
Oh, 3, okay. So 3 not going to the airport, if they're going into the police force, does that still save us $280,000?
No, and that's my point. It shows an additional, this shows more money being put back to the general fund. As it's presented, you are essentially showing 11 cuts at the police department.
3 for the fire would be 3 for the airport would be 12 a year. Right? That's what you're saying, right?
If they pay for them.
If they pay for them, correct?
That's the difference.
There has to be something, there has to be
Mr. They wouldn't be going back into the police department. They'd remain. They'd just be paid for out of a different fund.
Correct.
Okay. So we're talking about 8 positions that we're cutting from the police department. Well, I would like to begin by saying that if I knew that we would be talking about cutting positions from the police department, I would never have broached the idea of a raise this year. I apologize to my people for doing that. I did not realize that we were going to be talking about this at this point in the budget year. So, that's my fault for getting their hopes up and then not delivering. So I do apologize for that. I want to thank you for considering not cutting the step raises. As Chief Clark indicated, that would be a terrible thing for the police department and the fire department. Some of us have lived through that before. It's demoralizing. And I'm glad that sounds like it's off the table. As Jeff alluded or stated, We do have people that have topped out of all of their steps, so they will not be receiving a pay increase in 2026 if the raises are off the table. The police department, like the fire department, the officers view those step raises as a guarantee. And I don't have the pay scale in front of me, but I believe that there are now 10 steps in the basic police officer rank. The next step, sergeant. I believe there's 4 or 5 steps there. We did rearrange that pay scale when we gave the 24% raises in 2024 to help manage some of the increases that were going to result from that. And tinkering with those pay scales can get tricky in and of themselves. But so we realized that, I mean, we've got 40 people that are not gonna have raises unless we can figure out some way to fund that ourselves. And just to give a little bit of history about the personnel situation in the police department, in 2017, we had a mass exodus from the police department. We lost probably a third or more of our authorized strength. We worked to build that back up. 2019, I believe we got within 5 positions of our authorized strength at that time, which was 151. And then the flood, COVID-19, social unrest that took place in 2020, a lot of negative things involving law enforcement in the country. And we saw another large exit from the PD. It was also becoming very difficult to find and recruit people that were wanting to be police officers. So we completely revamped our hiring and recruiting processes. We worked to market ourselves better and across the nation. We accomplished exactly what we set out to do. We filled the police department up, and we got some frozen positions back as well at that time. And I told the previous city administrator that he was going to have to stop counting on the salary accruals in the police department to fund the general fund deficit or spending out of the general fund. And I was given every indication that that's what everybody wanted me to do, fill the police department to keep it full. And so that's what I have done. Obviously, that has contributed to more money being spent out of the general fund. And if that contributes to the situation where we are today, I'm not going to apologize for that, because I believe that's exactly what I needed to be doing. That doesn't change where we are right now. There was mention earlier about us increasing 5 positions in the police department. That is true. And all 5 of those positions were brought to the board for approval. One was the Shield Our Youth officer. We had a grant that we had secured for that. And when I presented it to the board said, why don't we just fund this ourselves? We don't want to have to be coming back to the table to ask for more funding when the grant funding runs out. So that position was added. We added a downtown police officer that is being funded by the assessment on the business owners in the downtown district. That's one of those 5. We added 3 crisis intervention unit officers through a grant. Currently, 2 of those 3 positions are filled. The grant actually expires the middle of this year, so we had to budget for continuation of those positions. So the 5 additional were added with some type of other funding, with the exception of the Shield Our Youth officer. When we started 2026 out and we went through the budget process internally, we did our due diligence to trim any excess that we possibly could from our operating budget. And then we had a review process with administration and finance, and in September, we trimmed another $1.4 million from our operating budget at that time. The capital improvement plan that I presented last week, and that I guess you're going to be looking at again in December, we're looking at turning back $2.9 million from our sales and use tax fund to help offset the officer salaries. So I say all that to say that we absolutely do not want to lose any positions, but I can't sit up here in good conscience with all these other departments looking at me and say the police department needs to not come to the table and providing relief to the situation that we're in. I didn't expect 8, but I think we can live with 8, especially since we're talking about, we've added 5 positions through other funding means. That won't be a huge hit to us. Personally, I think we need to be trying to find ways to add police officers. That's been my goal since day one, and have not made any secret about that. And I also want to do my part to contribute. Everybody's going to have to give something. I've instructed finance and Jeff to cut my salary by taking the car allowance away. That'll free up about $7,200. I know that in the grand scheme of things, that probably not that much, but I want to do that to contribute to the cause. And I'm sure there's a lot of other things that I want to say, but I'm going to refrain.
Chief, how often are y'all providing police escorts, and can you provide a dollar amount associated with those?
I couldn't. I mean, I haven't totaled an amount of police escorts. They have kind of subsided a little bit, but I mean, we were doing them pretty frequently in the early stages of the Foreign Military Sales mission, escorting dignitaries around town.
No reimbursement for that?
No.
Thank you.
So, Chief, I want to commend you as always for always supporting your staff the way you do, for falling on the sword to try to give up some of your own personal benefits, which we're not asking you to do. But I want to make some comments. So there's a benefit of being on this board for a number of years. I can tell you that Director George Kasavitz and I have always said, to the police department, let us know what you need. Director George Kasavitz was adamant in very many meetings saying, tell us what you need. How many people do you need? We'll get you what you need. And looking in the audience over the meetings over the past few years, when it's come to the number of officers that we have, I can adamantly say that we've had a lot of citizens in the audience shaking their heads saying, yes, we need more officers. So all of this is very difficult because the board looks at administration to find these cuts. I look throughout this room and look at all of our staff, and people are wondering, how are we going to make these additional cuts? I understand that this is the first time a lot of these people are seeing these numbers. The question is, how are we going to get there? Honestly, if we can't just blanket admin's recommendations. I'll give you an example. One of the things that we haven't taken into consideration that has been a board task for staff. We were looking at additional fees, a couple of years ago, like TAP fees. We talked about, some of the other fees that we're not collecting, and we talked about not having our citizens subsidize, with their rates. Well, unless we look at all these other options, to increase our revenues, we are shooting ourselves in the foot, and we're doing the same thing with our citizens. So this is going to take more than just, blanket approving what we have up here, because that's not going to get us where we need to be. we have a service level that's expected of our citizens. Their tax dollars are paying for it. You know, we talk about right sizing government. Right sizing government just is not going to include the number of personnel we have. It's gonna have to include the rates and fees that we charge to have the right size of government. You know, are we too big? I don't think so. Years ago, absolutely. And I remember, you know, going back to before Chief Baker was our police chief, even before Chief Clark, you know, thought we were a little bit heavy on the admin side in the police department. We made those adjustments. You know, the citizens and board were talking about having more police officers, you know, boots on the ground. We did that. You know, I just wanted to make some comments because this is really hard. And I'm looking at our staff out here. What we're asking them to do, we have to do, of course, but is it going to be as simple as just having staff make additional, you know, $20,000, $30,000 cuts without addressing some of the other issues? Another issue, we're talking about water rates for people outside the city of Fort Smith. You know, there's been conversation about Act 605 and, you know, arbitrary and capriciousness. You know, are we setting ourselves up for a lawsuit? You know, we want to say we're not afraid of those things, but we should be in a way. You know, we don't want to, you know, kick the can down the road by not doing what we need to do. This is it. I'm just saying all this because this is all very hard, and there's so much more to take into consideration than just what's being presented. Jeff, Eric, Andy, really appreciate all the work, really do, and it's great information. But it's going to take more than this, and the board has got to realize that it's going to take more than staff cuts. It's going to take more than cutting.
To some of those points, I mean, we have continued the discussion with the department heads about the fees for service that you mentioned. You know, some of those were brought in mass at one point, and you know, it was kind of a sticker shock. But we have discussed even recently about working those up incrementally to the types of service levels and the fee schedule that we need to have in place so that we can cover our cost of providing a water line tap. Right now, we don't charge enough to cover our cost of installing that. And so we have had those discussions. We've had the discussion even of impact fees because, you know, when a new development goes into town, you know, 50 house subdivision on the south part of town, well, they have water and sewer tap fees, but they also that new neighborhood also has an impact on the police department, on the fire department, on the general government. And so, you know, those are the types of fees that our neighbors and to the north of us are doing those types of things to have their developments help pay for themselves and help pay for the city services that don't otherwise have a revenue stream to fund them. And so we are having those discussions. We are looking at what those numbers mean and trying to evaluate when is the right time to bring those to the board for consideration or further discussion, because all of those things we recognize we need to do.
We'll go to Director Kemp and then Director Rico.
Yeah, I appreciate Director Goods sharing your heart and your passion on it. I just wanted to make sure and clarify though, and I think I heard the spirit of it, is that, you know, administration has done with this document after meeting with, I think, essentially any director that wanted to meet with them. So it's not like this is what, you know, Jeff and Andy just sat in the back kitchen and said, this is what we'll do. You know, this has been deliberated over. This is not something that the police officers are just as much as Jeff people as they are Chief Baker's people. I mean, I don't think anyone enjoys talking about these adjustments. I mean, they're not comfortable adjustments. At the same time, we cannot spend $4.8 million in a deficit. So we have to live within our means. But I just wanted to make sure there wasn't like, you know, the administration has done what they've been tasked to do, which was tell us how you could balance a budget, help us see that. And I really appreciate the hard work that Maggie and Jeff and Andy and Eric went through and trying to figure out how to, after meeting with all of us and coming up with ideas that they had to come up with this master sheet. This is well done. But I know it's definitely a weighty conversation, but I want to say thank you to them for the effort they put forward.
And I want to agree with you, Director Kemp. A lot of work and effort has gone into this document. And I'm sorry, Ms. Rice, I did forget to include your name as far as the people that we met with. But in mentioning that, the difference to me is that our department heads aren't directly affected with what the board tells administration to do. Administration is, if you look at every time something happens, we go to our administration that the board holds accountable. We don't do that with our department heads for the most part. Administration does that with department heads. So these 4 folks that we've been meeting with have a heavy burden to address our concerns and our issues. More so, and I hate to say it, these are their people. But these folks are the ones that take direct direction from the board. So it's, without saying it's harder on them, it affects them more so because they are impacted by what the board wants and how we direct them.
I can appreciate that.
Well, hope that I didn't give the impression that I felt like administration was at fault for this. I mean, that's not what I was trying to.
No, sir, not me, and I hope I didn't mean to take that.
Well, I was addressing we don't need to just blanket cover what the administration says. And I'm like, well, this is not even what administration has said as much as what directors and everybody that looked at it trying to figure out how to balance a budget, and all that knowledge that was collected came up with the collective IQ of this page. So it's not like I want to be a team city here is what I want. I don't want to see here's the board, here's administration, here's department heads. We need to sync up. And so that way there can be no blame games in the public on Tuesday nights, and it's like, well, if you wouldn't have done this and this and this. This is about us coming together, living on a balanced budget, working together, and not shifting blame.
Director Rigo.
Chief, what is the current authorized strength for your department?
168.
168. So this here, line 17, would represent a authorized reduction, because these are 8 vacancies, would represent a reduction to having 160
That's correct.
authorized positions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sworn police officer positions.
There's additional, 2 additional non-sworn positions included in that.
So can you speak a little bit to, Chief Clark did a little bit as well. What's your current pipeline situation like? How close were you to filling some of these 8 vacancies? What's the academy, next group look like? Can you just talk a little bit about your current hiring pipeline?
Okay. Well, we actually have 13 vacancies today. We are in the hiring process. I don't know what the list is going to look like, but from what I'm hearing, we would likely have enough candidates on the certified list to fill all 13 of those positions. I put the brakes on the hiring process last week when I found out that we were looking at potential cuts. There weren't to be any conditional job offers made until I knew how many positions that we were going to have funded. So at the conclusion of this, I assume whatever decision is made, if 8 is the number, then we will complete our hiring process, application background process, and hopefully make job offers to 5 people for police positions. Is that what you were asking?
Yes, thank you.
Director Casabas.
I would just say going forward too, speaking to Director Kim's point, it's not necessarily what's budgeted that gets us in trouble over the past few years. It's what has not been budgeted that this board has approved that's gotten us in trouble. So, I'm not putting it on Chief Baker. I'm not putting it on Jeff. I would say the blame lies with this board. I mean, you look at how many land purchases we've made, things that were not budgeted for. It's a lot. So I think that's something we need to be mindful of going forward throughout the year as we're making decisions.
Any other comments?
Chief, you had a chance to look at if there were positions that were frozen or cut. Have you had a chance to look at where those would be?
Yes, we started wargaming last week on Friday. Obviously, the airport are my top three choices, but if that doesn't happen, then we'll probably start with the bicycle unit, followed by the crisis intervention unit, the front desk. We will look at closing that down and moving those uniformed personnel to other assignments. Again, I thought the number was 5, not 8, but I'll have to think about where additional 3 positions would come from.
So that's 5 right there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, three from the airport, 1 bicycle, 1 crisis intervention is 5, and then if we close the front desk, that would free up 3 police officers and a sergeant.
So would that mean there'd be nobody manning the front desk?
No, sir.
But
we can't leave it open with non-uniform personnel.
Crisis intervention, you talk about bicycle. Is this conversation not around vacant, currently unfilled authorized police positions?
Yes, that's where we start. We have 3 vacancies, 3 sergeant vacancies right now. We just did a promotion to lieutenant, so that opened up 3 sergeants positions. There are 2 or 3 that were on the initial the initial testing phase for sergeant. I think 2 or 3 of those officers that are eligible to move forward the promotion process are in special operations, either the CIU or the bicycle unit. So I fully anticipate there to be some vacancies there as they promote, as we promote those 3 sergeants.
But forgive me if I'm being thick, but this is being presented as if there are 8 vacancies at the moment that just do not try to fill those moving forward. This is not, could somebody clarify that? We're seeing language talking about vacant positions, don't fill them moving forward. We're hearing conversation about adjusting positions that are occupied. Versus, for instance, within the conversation we had with the fire department, it was, hey, here are my vacancies that I currently have across these things. We're going to rearrange so that there aren't any vacancies in these spots anymore because those 6 slots go away. It seems like it's a little bit of a different conversation.
If we cut 8 positions, and we're not talking about freezing, we're talking about eliminating those positions, that's 8 jobs within the police department that we will no longer have. I cannot and will not take them from patrol.
Sure.
So I have to look at other functions in the department that currently have people in them or positions that we are actively trying to fill to eliminate.
So you don't have 8 open spots right now.
Yes, we do. We have 13 open spots.
You have 13 open spots.
They are spread all over the department. We have
some are in patrol, which you just said you
Yes.
take them. So how do we get? Is it possible to get to 8? Is it possible to reduce 8 positions?
Saying that, he's got 8 positions open, and we're saying eliminate those.
He's got 13
But he's going to actually transfer people into those positions and eliminate other.
That could happen,
You're
yes.
just kind of you're kind of reallocating, but you're
Yes.
still getting rid of 8 total positions. They just aren't
Correct.
necessarily ones that are open right now.
That is correct.
So we have 13 open positions. So we would continue to fill 5 of those and not fill 8 of them.
Correct. We would cut 8. Right. There'd be no positions to fill.
Right. And you know, so when you were talking about bicycle and crisis intervention front desk, it sounds like, if I'm hearing this right, that it sounds like those positions are filled.
Some of them are, some of them aren't. I mean, we have one vacancy in the crisis intervention unit currently.
Okay.
I think bicycles are filled, but as I said, I expect 1 or 2 of them will probably promote to sergeant, so that will open up a slot there.
Okay. That's primarily for our downtown.
The bicycles, well, yes, sir.
So we're not losing personnel, right? Oh,
We will be losing 8 personnel, yes.
But not any,
But they
not
haven't
any
been hired
existing
yet.
employees, right?
okay, but no existing personnel.
Yes, that's correct. We will not be losing existing personnel.
How long would you say these positions been open?
Which
I
ones?
know that you talked about 13. How long have those 13 been? And
It's,
I'm asking you just off the top of your head. I know you might not.
I mean, we lost 5 in the last 2 months to other agencies, primarily state police. There's been a few others that have gone to other agencies. I mean, we have done a really good job of filling vacancies as they occur. I mean, it's obviously it's a lengthy process. It takes a long time to find somebody, go through the application process, do the background investigations, and then get them hired. I think we have 6 in training right now. But that doesn't. I mean, they're already included in our FTE count. So that, I mean, those 13. It's been all 13. I would say have been within the last 6 months.
Okay.
Any other questions for the chief, Director Savage?
I would say, talking about this, how are we going to afford the River Valley Communications Center? I mean, I know we've got the 911 funds are about, what, 1.8 million? And I'm not asking this specifically to the chief, but to anybody. How are we going to afford that? Because that's not budgeted for.
That went from 1.8 to 4.3.
As we were talking about the plan for radio equipment replacement and the building structure, I think we've decided we're going to revisit all of that to see how that translates into a 2027 budget when we absorb essentially all of the dispatchers and do the consolidation. We'll talk about alternatives for where that consolidation happens and how we outfit it and such. But you know, the ideal scenario, I mean, if we take out all of the capital requirements and however we end up doing that, I mean, the turnback money from the state will go towards offsetting that operational cost. And it, you know, it won't necessarily be the 4.3 million we had in the numbers the other day, but it will be some number, and it will be, our operating costs will likely be more than the 1.8 million we get from turnback. So there will be an amount for us to put into our non-departmental, to transfer into the River Valley Communications Center fund that goes to offset our portion of that cost. The county will have the same. And so that is still to be determined. I mean, those numbers aren't in here because they aren't needed to be yet. But I mean, it is still a problem to figure out.
Just be mindful of.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw it in with the police, but ultimately it's a general fund expense. Is that right?
Yes, there will be, I mean, it will be moved out of the programs that the police department supervises or manages. It will be inserted into its own fund, its own operating program. It will have its own source of revenue, but we will have to backstop it with some amount of general fund money.
Okay.
Yes,
And that is mandated, right?
the consolidation is yes.
Right, the consolidation is mandated, but how we do it is pretty much up to us.
Yes.
So
Right.
doing it as cost effectively as possible, I think should be priority.
Absolutely. Anything else for the chief? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
At this point, are there any other particular department heads that the board would like to ask questions of? Outside of that, I would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the finance department staff sitting over, and especially these three ladies sitting over here. Every time we come up with a different idea or permutation, we say, hey, can we get a report, or hey, can you make this adjustment? And they make all that happen. So thanks very much.
And just one more time to the staff. It's amazing the work you do day in and day out. And we've got one of the best. And we really appreciate the work you do, even in difficult times like this. Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Can we get kind of a next steps of what we've asked over the course of X number of hours, and what will be coming to the board so we can get an idea?
Well, the main thing I've got for each of the four departments is a comparison or explanation of the difference between the 2024 actual personnel numbers versus what we have budgeted for the 26 numbers, and included in that the difference in the lot fee amounts for the police and fire. Those are the main things.
How's
And
the
those
overtime
cuts for
impact?
water and sewer,
Larger.
the water and sewer cuts.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then the overtime, how does overtime impact the savings that we think we're going to do here?
Right.
So there's three things there.
Three things. Yes, and we'll turn that information back around to the board for as soon as we can. I mean, probably by hopefully this week sometime.
Meaning, can we get a modified budget comparison? Is that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That would be the output of
Yes.
one of these modified budget comparisons with all these personnel and capital needs taken care of.
Yes.
Then we get that, and then what is the timeline in which we are needing to pass a budget?
We are anticipating bringing the budget for adoption at the December 2nd regular meeting.
December 2nd regular meeting. Okay. Is there anything else you guys can think of?
When do you have to have one done by? It's the end of January, right?
Well, I think technically, yes. But if that's the case, then we'd have to deal with January specifically.
But I'm just talking about the state.
State law says we have to have a budget passed by February 1st.
Yep.
If we decide to go into January, we do have to pass a budget amendment to cover January's usage.
Mayor, I did have one request to the colleagues here, since we're all here together, wanted to make a motion to call an executive session for us to review the applications for the city administrator search and talk about next steps for that. And I'd like to call that after the regular meeting on December 2nd.
Second.
Say.
Okay. Thank you. What day?
December 2nd, Tuesday, that's the regular meeting. And then the board was given make sure you know your binder that HR was provided.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Rick, you good?
Yeah, just a question for Mr. Dingman. Previously, our previous city administrator had made a comment that our transit meetings, he wanted them to be held here. We wanted to take advantage of using this facility. My question to the board is, and the administration, I would very much like to make the recommendation that we continue the transit advisory committee meetings, the TAC meetings at the Jenny Lynn location. You know, for me personally, I like to attend those. You know, when we were over there, I had the opportunity to attend in a couple here, more people seem to attend over there on the Jenny Lynn location. And it's, it's right there at the facility. And so I think it will be easier for staff. So whatever conversations need to be made.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll evaluate that. Yes, sir.
There's nothing else. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.